Chapter 6, Part 3, Section 2 of A Defense of Idealism by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 6, The New Realism, Part 3, Section 2. We must now consider the realist doctrine of universals, when it will be evident that there was good reason for taking his theory of sense perception first. From their place in the logical programme of realism, it might be supposed that the theory of sense perception followed from the doctrine of universals, as the doctrine of universals followed from the atomistic logic. But the consequences are the other way about. Thus in the chapter on the world of universals in Mr. Bertrand Russell's Problems of Philosophy, you find the theory of sense perception relied on to support the theory of the independent existence of a relation which is a universal. It is true that realism finds its universals and does not create them. It is also true that if its universals did not exist, it would have had to invent them. Without them, its theory of sense perception will not hang together for a moment. For, assume a consciousness that brings no bridges with it, whose sole business is to find and to constater. There can be no logical passage from one atom of reality to another. Perception of outside reals cries aloud for conception of outside reals in order to make both memory associations and judgments possible. So the one is used to bolster up the other. To constater is impossible without concepts, and concepts must be universals in order to ensure that the reality perceived at this moment and in this space is the same reality which was perceived the moment before, or at any period of time before, or in another space, supposing it to have changed its position. The universal, therefore, must be out of time and out of space. It is that which has the same meaning in all contexts in which it occurs. Universals thus serve as standards or tests of the identity of reals. They are Plato's patterns laid up in heaven. Now, I think Idealism ought to acknowledge that it has no grounds for quarrelling with the New Realism here. It ought rather to be grateful to it for restoring universals to their ancient place of freedom and purity and splendor. There is something about a universal that has always provoked the derision of the playful empiricist. Bishop Berkeley thought there was something downright funny about a triangle that was neither oblique, nor rectangle, nor equilateral, nor equicrural, nor scalenon, but all and none of these at once. But it remained for M. Anatole France to extract the full delicious flavour of its humour. According to the fallen angel Nectaire, in his discourse on the historical universal of Bossuet, there were only two schools of schoolmen. One camp argued that before there were apples there was apple; before there were parrots there was parrot; before there were lecherous and greedy monks there was the monk, the glutton and lecher; before there were feet and bottoms in this world, the kick in the bottom resided eternally in the bosom of God. The other camp replied that, on the contrary, the kick in the bottom only existed after having been duly given and received. Now the New Realism certainly saves its universals from this ridiculous predicament. There can be no question of a kick in the ribs dwelling to all eternity in the bosom of the Absolute, because for the New Realist there is no Absolute and no bosom. The universal kick in the ribs is itself an Absolute, and of its dwelling nothing can be said but that it is not in consciousness and not in space or time. And of universals out of their context nothing can be said but that they are realities. But observe that the peculiar outsideness of their reality, their independence of consciousness, hangs even more on the realist's theory of perception than his theory of perception hangs on it. Concepts, that is to say, have been brought into line with percepts. Like percepts, they are realities over against consciousness. On the theory, consciousness is simply confronted with them, and in their presence it ought to be able to do nothing but stare at them and constater. And each constatation is a recognition. So that in order to constater, it has need of another universal, confronted with which it can do no more than recognize and constater. And so on in as beautiful and infinite regress as ever delighted the heart of Mr. Bradley. There is only one way in which to arrest that infinite regress at the start, and make the universals do the logical work required of them; and that is, not to drag them down from their high place in heaven, but to recognize that their heaven, the eternal kingdom of these blessed ones, is within; that they are, as Idealism should have always held them to be, the work of thought. They are none the less august and none the less real on that account. It is thought that is exalted, and not they that are abased. The New Realism has revived a realism very old, older than Scholasticism. It will have none of Aristotle's development of the Platonic philosophy. It refuses to admit that when Aristotle objected that the id were aistheta aideia, eternalized sense data, he was playing Plato's game for him. It will not see that when he said ideas are not idle, they have hands and feet, he was again playing Plato's game and playing it better, getting a move on to the ideas, so as to make them do the twofold work required of them, the work of logic and reality. And consider what happened later. After Scholastic Realism, Nominalism, the inevitable reaction; after Nominalism, Conceptualism, the forerunner of modern Idealism. It is just possible that history may repeat itself, and that after the New Realism of the 20th century. But I am reminded that our realism is in a very different case. It is so securely based on a mathematical discovery unknown to Aristotle, unknown to the Scholastics, unknown to the idealists of the 18th and 19th centuries, that it defies avenging time. It follows, or should follow, in one unbroken logical sequence from Cantor's discovery of the behaviour of the infinite, through the desired proof of the continuity of space and time, resolving their antinomies. It is thus linked up with the physical sciences. It has continued to do what Vitalism vainly attempted, faire tomber l'insurmontable barrière, and rejoindre la science. Rejoindre la science, to join hands with science, physical science that has always looked askance at it, that will have none of its thinness, that, between its idealisms, has always been philosophy's passion and its dream, the passion and the dream which have produced materialism and agnosticism, psychophysical parallelism, and the naif empiricisms and realisms. You would suppose, then, that the space and time it receives from the mathematician, purged of all the contradictions and dilemmas of discreteness, would have something in common with the space in which extension occurs and the time in which things happen. For the truth of realism hangs, in the last resort, on the mathematical solution of the contradictions and dilemmas of space and time. Realists are never tired of reminding us that we have now got a continuous space and time to work with, and that idealists cannot any longer insist on the impossibility of the passage from point to point and from instant to instant. For, as we have seen, in infinite space there are no next points, and in infinite time there are no next instants, and consequently no gaps. From an infinite series any number of members can be taken, and to an infinite series any number can be added, without either diminishing or increasing it. Does it not follow, then, that a finite series is not, in any sense, part of an infinite series? This is a question for mathematicians, and for all I know it may be either so obvious or so irrelevant that no mathematician would dream of asking it. Therefore I suggest it with the utmost diffidence and some misgiving. It does seem to me to follow not only from Cantor's law, but from the definition of part and whole, combined with the axiom that there are no infinite wholes, from the impossibility of arguing from finite to infinite, from the realist's assumption of the absoluteness of space and time and the plurality of absolute spaces and of times, and from the atomistic theory of the intransigent and mutually repellent character of absolute entities. And if it follows, the bearings on our problem would be very relevant indeed. For consider: pure space and pure time are continuous in the sense that between any two points and any two instants there is an infinite number of points and of instants; nor is there any other sense in which they could be continuous. So that in an infinite series there are no two consecutive points or instants. Now between any two points is surely just as much a relation of finites as is the relation of two consecutive points, and as such it has no business in an infinite series. so that you cannot speak of an infinite number occurring between any two points. And from this it would seem to follow that an infinite series is not a series at all, and that there can be no infinite order of any sort. Yet, though a point has no magnitude, it has, or should have, position. But how can it have position in a series or any other order that isn't a series or any other order, where, that is to say, there are no positions that do not presuppose the space they are said to constitute? So that we are back again in the dilemma of the infinite regress. If you say that the point that has position is the Euclidean point, and that the points in question do not have positions, but that they are positions, I do not see that that helps you out of the difficulty. For if points cannot have positions where there are no positions to have, neither can they be positions where positions cannot be. The contradiction is simply shifted from the discrete or consecutive continuity to the pointless point or positionless position. Again, a point on any definition has no magnitude. Therefore it is indivisible. Therefore between any two points or any two instants will mean between any two indivisibles. And between any two indivisibles there must be some hiatus which perhaps we cannot call spatial or temporal, since space and time are continuous, but which must surely be held to exist. So that in space composed of an infinite number of points there must be an infinite number of non-spatial gaps. And the same will hold good of time. And if this isn't discreteness, I do not know what is. It is also, by the axiom, continuity. It must be so if these points and these instants are neither to overlap or coalesce, or otherwise behave like magnitudes. And again, any two indivisibles thus separated will be finite. So that in the infinite two fine and flourishing contradictions have broken out, making six in all. 1. The contradiction of the infinite regress. 2. The contradiction of the non-serial series. 3. The contradiction of the positionless position. 4. The contradiction of the non-spatial spaces and non-temporal times, already considered. 5. The contradiction of discrete continuity. And 6. The contradiction of the finite infinite, contradictions which are only to be avoided by dilemmas. Lastly, on this system, perception of the world of becoming is an act of reporting, divisible into an infinite series of reports corresponding to the infinite series of moments constituting the process of change. Each atom in the moving show of becoming is an absolute entity, reported as such. It follows there can be no justifiable anticipation of events, no reason why, of the connections and sequences reported, one should obtain rather than another. I have not seen any refutation of Mr. Bertrand Russell's mathematical metaphysics, and I can only dimly imagine the lines it would be likely to take. But I think my idealistic monist, with his back against the wall, might put up some such defense as this: if my monist is right, he is better furnished with dilemmas now than ever he was under his own ontological scheme. For if motion was a contradiction on the old theory of the infinitely discrete, rest is a contradiction on the new theory of the continuous infinite. For with this sort of continuity you can indeed go on, but you can never, never stop. Positionless position affords no rest for either Achilles or the tortoise. And with discrete continuity there can be neither motion nor rest. What could an idealistic monist wish for more? And when it comes to finite space his hope does not fail him. What about the mile-long line that contains no more points than the inch-long line? The thousandth part of the inch-long line that contains no fewer points than a 1,000-mile-long line, both indeed containing an infinite number. It looks as if the finite contained infinity. But no, that would be too good to be true. The monist does not really want that seventh contradiction. His cup is already fairly running over. Now it may be said that, even supposing these contradictions and dilemmas were genuine and not solvable by Cantor's law, non-mathematical monists have no right to assume that they cannot be solved by mathematics in some way, probably by calculations involving the fourth dimension. But as the new mathematical logic does not stop at 4, but provides an infinite number of dimensions, the monist may not unreasonably hope to reap a second crop of contradictions and dilemmas from these. For the series of the dimensions is apparently obtained by every term in the series of one dimension itself giving birth to a series, every term of which again gives birth to another series, and so on for ever and ever, a new dimension being generated with each series. But the whole process of generation has its rise in the series of one dimension, in which my monist was supposed to find his six fine contradictions. Each series, therefore, will bear within it some taint of the original infection. And in any case, if no finite number of points is any part of an infinite series of points, mathematical logic itself apparently gives him the right to stick to it that no finite number of dimensions, as might be three, can be any part of an infinite series or order or arrangement or collection of dimensions, so that three-dimensional space will be no part of infinitely dimensional space. Thus, from the very start, he can catch sight of his contradictions of the non-serial series, the non-ordered order, the non-collective collection, with the dilemma of the finite infinite; and, on the far horizon of dilemmas, on all fours with his positionless positions, the non-dimensional dimension. But suppose my monist does not reap his second crop of contradictions, or his first crop either. Suppose he really has no business to insist that between any two points in any series is a relation of finites. Suppose there are grave mathematical reasons, as for all I know there very well may be, why between any two points in an infinite series is to be held, contrary to all apparent reason, as a relation of infinites, without begging the question of the series and its infinity. Suppose there is no mathematical sense in which the discreteness he discovers is to be thought of, and that his harvest fails in consequence. Is he therefore obliged to abjure his monism and his idealism? Remember the unique raison d'etre of his strange passion for contradictions and dilemmas. He does not wallow in contradiction for contradiction's sake, out of sheer perversity. He desires that the contradiction may be solved. Therefore he flies to his infinite and absolute. In spite of Hegel and Mr. Bradley, he must have wondered how in the world it was going to perform its conjuring trick. Well, if the higher mathematics really do all that they are said to do, they will have shown him how. Das Unbeschreibliche hier ist getan. They may pile universe on universe and multiply infinities by infinity on their own showing an impossible operation. He will hold to his monism, maintaining, as I think he has every right to maintain, that these purely mathematical operations have every mark and sign of ideality, of being the work of thought, of some sort of a God who geometrizes eternally. If the constructions are infinite in number, from the sheer monotony of the mathematical obsession, he gathers that their constructor, their builder and maker is one. When pragmatists have twitted him with the thinness and poorness of his ultimate principle, he may have wondered how thought could be infinite and absolute. Now it has been proved to him that it is so. If challenged to show how the foundations of a material universe can be immaterial, he has only to refer his opponent to Mr. Bertrand Russell's Principia Mathematica. Above all, he profits by the realist's happy thought of rehabilitating universals. For these primordial entities, whose serious and indubitable reality mathematical logic compels him to believe in, on whose reality the material universe depends, are immaterial. He has only got to fetch them in from outside to prove that the unseen reality of every mortal and material thing is immaterial and immortal, having its habitation out of space, out of time. Not out of thought, for its presence there is the ground of all thinking, the reason why things are recognized and known. Really, universals are a priceless haul for the idealist, for they justify his distinction between appearance and reality. If realists will revive Plato, they must abide by the consequences of his resurrection. And when you have said that they are spaceless and timeless, formless and immaterial, they remain delightfully undefined and undefinable. The least that can be said of them is that they are immaterial. The most that can be said of them is that they endure. For the New Realism, after criticizing Aristotle so severely for his handling of Plato, condescends to adopt his emendation of the doctrine of the Ideas. It very properly refuses to see in them eternalized duplicates, patterns of the things of sense, or any common property shared by things. Everything, every quality and relation has its own universal; and there are universals of unique and solitary things when clearly there can be none to share. For the New Realism white things do not partake of whiteness. The relation is not and cannot be that of whole and part, nor yet of possession as Plato maintained. Whiteness is not white. It is not the whiteness of white things. It is the whiteness, the universal ^Sos of the whites. Now Realism does well in thus improving on the Platonic doctrine of ideas. You might suppose, from the important distinction that it makes, that it regards the relation as something incomparably more subtle, more intimate, and more strong. But, as a matter of fact, it does nothing of the kind. It makes the distinction, not that it may establish intimate relations which would argue a secret unity, but that it may put asunder the reality of whiteness from the reality of white, and bring pluralistic atomism into the world of the universals. I think that in this it has defeated the ends of logic, which are, after all, its own ends. Its failure is the monist's opportunity. End of Chapter 6, Part 3, Section 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 6, Part 3, Section 3. Of a Defense of Idealism by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 6. The New Realism, Part 3, Section 3. The conception of that sacred communion in which aistheta partook of id was Plato's solution of the everlasting problem. It was an attempt to escape from his own dualism, the logical consequences of which he saw clearly. The New Realism, in resuscitating Plato, makes everything of his dualism and nothing of his escape. Its interpretation of Plato is peculiar. It takes from Plato what suits its pluralism, and everything that will not fit into the programme it dismisses as a poet's fancy, or the agreeable jest of a literary diner out. Surely Plato's desperate attempt to round up all the ideas in the one supreme idea of the good might have served as a reminder that it is easier to interpret him than to appreciate his drift. An atomistic logic has prepared the ground for the first idealist who comes along and resuscitates the Absolute. Its really great discovery, that there is necessarily a universe of unique and solitary cases, turns against atomism from the moment that the idealist lays his hands on it and converts it to his own use. For by no logic can you get over the fact that things in this universe of ours have relations, and that relations relate. If particulars are related, so are universals. Their atoms cannot be kept apart. They gather together to form logical molecules, which form bodies, which form worlds, which form the universe of thought. Because thought can analyze this universe into atoms again, it does not follow that its universe is not one. The fact that your logical atoms are free to enter many combinations is no disproof of their ideal or spiritual unity. You may be pleased to ignore the incurable tendency of atoms to form a universe. But you do not destroy unity by calling it a collection, though apparently you thus make atomistic logic an easier game to play. But only apparently, for when you insist, as Realism insists, on taking the spectacular view of universals by divorcing their reality from the reality of thought, you have made it impossible to use them in your thinking with any spectacular effect. And when you do use them, it is as logical counters, which have every appearance of being inside conventions rather than outside realities. And it will not only be their absoluteness and separateness that lands you in this impossibility of thinking. You might indeed get over that difficulty by saying that you do not think, you only look on at a spectacular process of thinking. And there every idealist who is not a solipsist would agree with you. But what, in Heaven's name, are realities, defined as independent of any and every thought, of any and every consciousness doing in a process of thinking which is nothing if not conscious? What sort of spectacle will universals treated as independent realities provide? Not only is whiteness not white, and a universal kick in the ribs not a kick in the ribs, but they have no content and no more conceivable relation, not even the relation of likeness, to white or to a kick in the ribs than they have to consciousness. The New Realism has provided another contradiction for the idealist to rejoice in: the unconceived and unconceivable concept. And yet another. For there is a universal both of every actual proposition and of every possible proposition. And the number of propositions is infinite. For there is a universal of everything that exists and has existed and will exist, and of everything that is and was and will be, from the infinite number of physical atoms to the infinite number of numbers, and of mathematical points and instants. And about every one of these a true proposition may be made. And for every true proposition, made or unmade, there is a false proposition that denies its truth. Therefore there will be an infinite number of false propositions denying the existence or the being of these things. It is also an axiom that from even one false proposition an infinity of consequences will follow. And for every one of these consequences there is also a universal. Therefore there will be an infinitely infinite number of universals standing for an infinitely infinite number of lies, all equally exalted to the high and holy estate of reality; all, in fact, horribly real, ineradically planted out, since, on the theory as concepts, they are, whether any irrelevant person comes along to make the propositions or not; all much more assured of immortality than any person. So that the realist pluralistic universe is thick with the infinitely infinite numbers of the non existent. Even allowing for the necessary distinction between being and existence, I do not see how reality can be claimed for these objects of conception if reality has any meaning. Yet real they are, since they endure in utter indifference as to whether there will ever be a conceiver to conceive them. The realist can't say somebody's telling a lie. He can only say there's a lie, somebody's looking at it. And the idealist may add to his collection of contradictions this infinity of unreal realities, which is worth all his other harvests put together. Contradictions are fatal to the realist, who prides himself on not having any. But, as we have seen, they are meat and drink to the idealist, who does not exalt them to the position of realities. He has no use for the things of sense eternalized; but he can take over the whole show of universals in a bunch, purified from all taint of the particular and the finite. He can treat them as the mysterious entities he needs to build up his universe. Like so many absolutes, they are definable only by negation. They are not definable ontologically by their logical functions. They make known, but they themselves have no content by which they are known. They are not knowers, they are not in any sense selves. Yet through their logical function they serve as carriers of the invisible and impalpable secret of selfhood. All this is exceedingly important for idealistic monism. The monist must have had moments of awful insight when he realized that the relation of whole and part was not quite equal to the strain he was putting on it. He must have been aware that a contradiction and a dilemma here would wreck him. But he has not got to stand or fall by that incompetent relation now that realism has restored universals to their ancient place and power. They have solved for him what must, if he had finished his thinking, have become a dilemma that would have finished him. For if he is honest he must have asked himself how a logical function can at the same time be an objective reality. Now he knows. From the relation of the whole and part it was not quite possible for him to prove that things to be known perfectly must be known as they are in the Absolute. But he has only got to read his 3 fat volumes of the Hegelian logic again in the light of the logic of Mr. Bertrand Russell to find his proofs staring him in the face. To be sure, the logic of Hegel has a thickness you could cut with a knife, and beside it the logic of Mr. Russell has the consistency of fine dust or of a thin gruel. But no matter, he can make out for himself that universals are the absolute reality of things. They, if anything is, are things as they are in the Absolute. We do not know them. We only know their appearances, yet it is through them that the things we do know are known. The idealist has now got most of the things he wanted. If his mathematics are right, he has found 7 contradictions in his opponent's theory, making 9 in all. If they are wrong, he has got 2 fairly crucial ones. In any case, his appearance and his ultimate reality are as secure as they were before the new realist attacked them. He has got them tight. White is the appearance of whiteness, and whiteness is the ultimate reality of white. And he has got what he never could be quite sure of before: their relation. And if he has not got all the unity and multiplicity he wanted, he has enough to satisfy any reasonable monist. A universal is most undeniably one in many, and its appearances are undeniably many in one. It is true that Analytic Logic rules out all hope of ascension to a higher universal, on pain of the contradiction of the one subject predicate combination. It is true that there can be no rounding up of an infinite number of realities in one ultimate reality on the lines it lays down, and that ultimate reality is, for it, a contradiction in terms. Or rather, every reality is immediate and ultimate. This is where the ways of Pluralism and of Monism part. But I think that it is here that the monist scores with his theory of universals and his theory of appearance and reality. For you can conceivably round up an infinite number of appearances in one reality if your one reality is the one and only Absolute. And if, as he maintains, universals are not realities outside Absolute Spirit, but owe their reality to the very fact that they are in it, that they are spiritual, there need be no infinite number of them; that is to say, no infinite progress that removes his highest universal for ever from his grasp. His highest universal will be spirituality. He can now maintain without any contradiction that Spirit is all things, and that all things are Spirit. You cannot floor him with his own distinction between appearances and reality. There is appearance and there is reality. But if the spiritual universal truly is the reality of appearances, if there is no other reality but Spirit, the appearances cannot assert an independent unspiritual reality of their own over against that universal. Appearances and reality are not mutually exclusive opposites. They are correlatives, and the distinction between them falls inside the spirituality that includes them both; so that there will be no contradiction in the statement that reality is its own appearance and that appearances are reality. But the realist who denies the unity must also deny the distinction, since he maintains that reality appears as it is. Whereas the monist not only does not deny the distinction, but has every interest in affirming it; and he merely says that appearances are reality as it appears, and that reality does not appear as it is. The new realists, like M. Bergson, aspire to join hands with Science. They should remember their ambition when they charge the idealist with arrogance. It is not he but they who overstep the modesty of Science. What they call realities, Science and Idealism have agreed to call phenomena. Nobody accuses Science of reducing its universe to one vast spectral hallucination or infinity of hallucinations. Appearances have this much of hallucination about them, that they exist but they do not subsist. To say this is not to deny the power and the glory of existence. It was suggested in the beginning of this essay that if the idealistic monist would only walk humbly and acknowledge and renounce his errors all might yet be well with him. Hope was even held out that if he would only face the new realism fairly and squarely, without any absurd depreciation of its strength, by surrendering certain positions he might still hold others better worth keeping. I have supposed him to have put up his defense. I have even imagined him advancing on the enemy's positions. I might have made him show a more furious impetus in attack, but not, I think, a greater discretion in retirement. It is quite clear what idealistic Monism must surrender if it is to hold its own in philosophy. It must give up its narrow philosophy of thought. It must give up looking for unities and identities and ultimate realities where they are not. It must give up its faith in the incompetent relation of the whole and part. it must admit that metaphysical logic is in need of reform. And it must admit that Mr. Bertrand Russell has reformed it. It must admit the existence of a pluralistic universe. It must admit that as far as human consciousness is concerned, this universe is very largely spectacular. But it need not accept the pluriverse that Realism has thrust upon it. Above all, it must not say that its righteous suppositions are ontological certainties. If it observes these precautions, it can hardly lay itself open to the charge of arrogance. All philosophers are a little arrogant. But which is the more arrogant, the one who says, either dogmatically or critically, this is a spectacular universe, but the spectators do not count, and there is no reality behind the scene? Or the one who says this universe appears to be largely spectacular, therefore it would be rather odd if there were not a reality behind it? If he goes beyond this modest speculation, it is because he finds himself intimately and mysteriously mixed up with the spectacle, like one of Mr. Russell's ultimates, in a peculiar and undefinable relation. He is, in fact, part of it. He finds an immaterial reality forever behind precisely that portion of the spectacle that he constitutes, as if a rent had been torn in the scene just there. He is not considered arrogant or rash when he concludes that untold millions of spectators, also mixed up with the spectacle, intimately and mysteriously, in a peculiar and undefinable relation, constitute likewise so many spots, as it were, of immaterial reality discerned behind the scene. He finds that these spectators are mixed up with each other in an intimacy and a mystery more peculiar still. Is he then so very rash or so very arrogant if he concludes that the immaterial realities discerned through these untold millions of rents are spots of one immaterial reality that is continuous behind the scene? End of Chapter 6. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 7, Part 1, Section 1 of A Defense of Idealism by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 7, The New Mysticism, Part 1, Section 1. There are certainties and certainties. There is the blessed certainty that 2 and 2 make 4. There is the still more blessed certainty that if x is greater than y, and y is greater than z, then x is greater than z. There is the certainty that the sun will rise tomorrow. So far as this last certainty is based on repeated experiences of sunrises, it is not a certainty at all. All you can say is that what has happened 1,000,000,000 times will happen again if there is the same reason for its happening. If, that is to say, the cause or causes of its happening continue to work, which, again, can only happen so long as the conditions of their working hold good. Causation applied to sequences is a pure hypothesis, and an hypothesis that will not work. And mere sequences provide no grounds for assuming causes. Still, fenced round with conditions, the certainty that the sun will rise tomorrow is a reasonable certainty. It cannot be said that at the end of our metaphysical quest we have reached any such certainty as this. We have not even established our contention that all metaphysical quests seek the same end. Pluralism gives the lie to our complacent assurance that their goal is unity. Still, we made out that all, with the one exception of Pluralism, are out for unity of some kind, if it be only the unity of utter negation. And Pluralism, in declaring that immediate reality is ultimate enough for it, is out for ultimate reality. It even pays its tribute to the Absolute in regarding all its realities as absolute. Unity, then, or ultimate reality, or both, are the objects of the metaphysical quest. And in the contest between the sticklers for the one and the sticklers for the many, we found that spiritual monism has reason on its side only if it lowers its claim to something less than certainty. The spiritual monist plays high, and he stands to lose more if he should lose, but he is still within the rigour of the game. But outside these certainties, outside the rigour of the game and outside the paths where reason leads so cautiously, there is a region of so called certainties which we have not yet explored. It would be easy to say of these certainties that they are true for those for whom they are true, but that the claimants are all agreed both about their truth and about the way by which it is to be found, and but that the object of their quest is the object of the metaphysical quest, ultimate reality. They are so unanimous that, divided as they are by centuries and continents, there is less distance between a Christian mystic of the 13th century and a Buddhist mystic of the present day than there is, say, between Mr. Bertrand Russell and Mr. Gilbert Chesterton. They are the real plungers. They stake their lives upon the game, and their souls upon the end of the adventure. Though they are many, they go alone, on a dubious and dangerous way, to the quiet place, the untravelled country, the city of God, the sorrowless land. The region of their certainty is not a region where the laws of mathematics and the laws of nature and the laws of thought are suspended, where two and two do not make four but something else, and where miracles happen. Miracles are not by any means an essential part of the mystic's game. Still, he can give no rational account of his procedure. Reason does not reject him more than he rejects reason, in the wrong place. In the place where his adventure happened two and two do not exist, and their behaviour is irrelevant. But, if it comes to that, there is no reason why two and two should make four. They simply make it. There is no reason why the mystic should perceive ultimate reality. He simply perceives it. Extremes meet. The pluralist perception of ultimate reality is immediate. So is the mystic's. But if the mystic is right, the pluralist reality is not ultimate. Now it cannot be denied that Mysticism is suspect. It has a bad history. In fact, it has two histories, an ancient and a modern history, and it would be hard to say which of them is the worse. Mysticism goes back to the most primitive of primitive times. It is part of our ancestral heritage, of our submerged and savage past. This past is the skeleton in the monist's cupboard, for monism itself is involved in this ancient history. That is why healthy pluralists and healthy pragmatists will have none of it. They abhor the taint. The monist is always suspected of some mystical parti pris. He is like a man with a history of drink in his family; he cannot escape the damaging imputation. Yet it by no means follows, because every mystic is a monist, that every monist is a mystic. It does not follow, because the mystic gets at his ultimate reality by way of passion and vision, that the monist is implicated in his orgies and hallucinations. At this rate Mr. Bertrand Russell's Principia Mathematica should be gravely compromised by the ancient history of sacred numbers. But let us say that Monism is the lineal descendant of Mysticism, or that the two are collaterals and have the same ancestry. If Mysticism has had an ancient history, it must have been evolved. It must have become what it once was not. It cannot now be what it once was. All the same, the stages of its evolution must be linked together by one and the same thread. That thread is the same thread that we found in tracing the evolution of the psyche. It is the will to live, the desire to have life and to have it more abundantly. As the psyche grows, this desire grows with it, or rather, it would seem to be the very mainspring of its growth. Anyhow, it grows. It grows into a consuming passion. It passes beyond physical bounds, and the love of life becomes the love of God. The primitive and savage form of it is the desire for fertility, the desire to live and to make live. Primitive and savage magic, the humble origin of Mysticism with which it is reproached, is fertility magic. The earliest rites, the rites de passage, the rites of tribal initiation, of adolescence, of marriage, the funeral rites of death itself, have one and the same object: to bring life, to ensure the virility of the tribesman. The ghosts of the dead must be appeased with sacrifices that they may bring fertility to the earth. For ghosts (Miss Jane Harrison is my authority) were conceived first of all as underground things, as germs from the grave. The very earliest Greek vase paintings show them as diminutive psyches, or winged Keres fluttering in a grave jar. The savage placates the ghosts of his forefathers, first of all, that he may obtain their strength, their mana. He drinks the blood of human sacrifices, or of the sacrificial animal, that he may get their life. Later on he divines a god in the dead hero, and in the form of the sacrificial animal. In partaking of the flesh and blood of the animal he gets the life of the god. So far we seem to have hardly advanced a step beyond savagery. But presently magic becomes mystery. The initiate aspires to union with the god. Union, first of all, for the sake of fertility. The lesser mysteries seem to have had frankly no other aim. It is in the greater mysteries of Eleusis, in the sacred marriage and the sacred birth, that the conception of fertility broadens and deepens, and that the life force appears as the stupendous and the divine thing it is. It does not matter whether the sacred marriage was an actual physical union between priest and priestess, hierophant and initiate, or whether, as Miss Jane Harrison assures us, it was an entirely spiritual and symbolic rite, or whether, again, it was originally actual and physical, and became spiritual and symbolic afterwards, or whether it was originally spiritual and was afterwards debased. Miss Harrison seems to me to have proved her case. The sacred marriage that began, there can be little doubt, as a fertility rite, ends in the adoration of life itself, and becomes itself a rite de passage from the lesser mystery of the body to the greater mysteries of the soul. And by the time the Orphics have taken the thing in hand, there is no doubt as to what has happened and is happening. The last and greatest initiation is accomplished. The dangerous passage from the physical to the spiritual life has been made. No matter if the Orphic mystic covered himself from head to foot with white clay, like his descendant the Pierrot, and like his ancestor, the savage white clay man, of tribal rites of adolescence. His whiteness is now symbolic of the new life. It does not matter whether the Orphic always was, or was not, the utterly spiritual person his whiteness proclaimed him to be. The spiritual life now appears as the object of desire and ambition, and desire and ambition we have seen to be always in advance of actual achievement. When magic becomes mystery, we are on the threshold of ultimate reality. Henceforth there is no doubt as to the meaning of the words new birth and union with God. Now it is possible to read into the Orphic mysteries more of Plato than they will bear. But this much seems certain, that before Plato's time the sense of life had widened so far as to make way for Platonism, for Neo-Platonism, and for Christianity. And the sense of life becomes more and more the sense of the unseen, the love of God becomes more and more the passion for the Absolute. I am quite willing to give up Neo-Platonism to anybody who wants to go for it on the grounds that it carried the passion for Godhead to drunken excess. Neo-Platonic Mysticism is a psychological phenomenon like any other. It was the phenomenon you might expect when East and West were violently flung together in the great melting pot of Alexandria. What I want to point out is that at the very finest period of Greek civilization, philosophy was turning from the doctrines of the many, from the doctrine of the flux and from the doctrine of atomism, from the pragmatic humanism of the sophists, to the doctrine of the One, and that the distinction was then made between appearance and reality, and that the passion for God and the metaphysical quest of the Absolute ran together, or rather the metaphysical hunt was foremost. Thought led and passion did its best to follow. Those people who will have it that Monism is the offshoot of Mysticism, a disease of thought reverting to a savage ancestry, should really read their Plato all over again, and Aristotle on the top of him, and Plotinus and Philo and Porphyry on the top of Aristotle, when it may become clear to them that Mysticism owes more to philosophy than philosophy could ever owe to it. Plato gives a point now and then to pluralistic realism. But if they are going to stretch that point, and insist that Plato was a pluralist, and that Aristotle, the detestable Aristotle, was the accursed thing, all the better. They will have some difficulty in bringing home a charge of mysticism against him. I would also suggest that the primitive savage had no monistic prejudices. The more ghosts bestowed on him their mana, the more sacrificial animals gave him their life to drink, the more everything all round him increased and multiplied, the better he was pleased. You cannot get away from it. The quest of ultimate reality is as much a necessity of thought as it is a passion of the soul. And the idea of the Absolute is not primitive, it is a very late and highly sublimated idea. Because Greek art has preserved for us the earliest origins of Greek religion, and because Greek literature and Greek philosophy are still alive among us at this day, thank heaven, we are able to trace the stages of this development and the links of these connections. But if you will read those sacred books of the East which the robust, the almost too emphatically robust pragmatist regards as so much Benger's food for sick souls, because he has lost his mature and healthy appetite for unity, if you will read the Vedas and the Upanishads and the commentaries of the Vedanta and the Buddhist suttas and the texts of Taoism, you will find the same development and the same connections. Here again thought leads and the passion for the Absolute follows, until thought overthrows the thinker, and thought and passion and the desire of life are consumed or consummated in Nirvana, or in the emptiness and nothingness of the great Tao. But the Old Testament gives you pause. The links between primitive fertility magic and mysticism, between tribal initiation, rites de passage, sacrificial ritual and redemption, between the desire for physical life and the desire for spiritual life, are as apparent as you would expect them to be. But the lead of thought, the metaphysical flair, is entirely wanting. The Hebrew's thirst for God was a consuming thirst. But the philoprogenitive Jew thought of God as the Creator, the Father. He never rose to the metaphysical conception of the Absolute. To the very last, Jehovah preserved some of the old ways of the tribal deity. He was a struggling and a battling God, full of mercy when he got his own way, and of vengeance when he didn't. In his milder moods he was very like the pragmatic God of humanism. The first Jew who developed a passion for the Absolute was cursed by his people and driven out of their synagogues. And if Baruch Spinoza had lived in the first century instead of the 17th, they would have crucified him. Still, though the God of the prophets is not and never can be the Absolute, he is one. Religion that begins in the fear of the supernatural and ends in the consuming love of it is the historic witness to the passion for unity. Polytheism, which might be supposed to prove the contrary, is a case in point. Ancestor worship, which seems to have been at the bottom of the whole business, fathers being fertile, gives way to hero worship. When the pantheon is inconveniently crowded, the merging of the gods takes place. The gods make a fine show of multiplicity when they are all gathered together in one heaven. But apparently there is none of them that did not start as a more or less single, tribal or local hero. The most ancient of all, the underground gods of fertility and life in death, were so indeterminate in person and so universal in power and function as to count as one. When the gods multiply by migration of local heroes, their mysterious godhead diminishes with their multiplicity, until ultimately they are gathered up again into one Jehovah, one Zeus, and practically one Ormuzd, one Mithra, one Shang-Ti, and, where ancestor worship has persisted, one Mikado. On any theory with a pluralistic bias, it is remarkable, to say the least of it, that where polytheism is most rampant, as in India, the reaction to pantheism and to mysticism has been strongest, and that in Japan, where ancestor worship has persisted into civilized times, the great refuge is Buddhism. Does it not look as if the inappeasable passion was, and is, this longing to escape from multiplicity and from the importunity of ancestors, this refusal to have the eternal spaces bewilderingly thronged? The same uneasiness is at the root of the craving for the mystic union with God. And it is fiercest in a religion like Christianity, which is based on a metaphysical and moral dualism, antagonism between soul and body, and separation between God and man. It tries in vain to bridge the gulf with its makeshift doctrine of incarnation and atonement. It would be absurd to say that Christian asceticism was worse than any other, but none has been more unclean and more profane in its repudiation of the earth. Christianity took to itself the ritual of the world it conquered, but it refused the one thing in that ritual which was necessary to its own salvation: the simple, sacramental attitude to life. In spite of its beautiful doctrine of love and mercy and pity, it was instinct with the spirit's cruelty to the flesh. And it is precisely this atonement manque, this failure of a spiritual religion to be spiritual enough, that is at the root of half the evil and the sickness and the suffering of the modern world. A religion spiritual enough to have made a genuine atonement between God and man would have conquered not Europe and America only, but the whole world. But if such an ideal can be conceived without a metaphysic, it could not be born from the ruins of paganism and of a Roman Empire, and from the conquests of half savage Goths and Visigoths. It was the secret thing conceived in the soul of Christ, that has its dwelling in the prophetic need and in the dreams and in the heart of man. But it is still waiting to be born. That other profoundly unchristian Christianity is important for our assumption, for it is the unique source of the moral argument which is the most serious objection the pragmatic humanist has brought against the monist. By a peculiar irony, that argument bears hardest upon Dualism's own God, the absconding deity of historic and popular Christianity. And we have seen that there is no solution of his moral problem that does not land the humanist in monism again. And by yet another irony, the Christian dogma of the atonement is the most powerful indictment of the absentee Almighty, and an implicit confession that the God of pantheism is our only refuge. Monism, I think, has shown itself to be imperishable under some form or other, and to be about as much tainted with primitive savagery as, say, the higher mathematics. But what about Mysticism? Mysticism may be no more tied to its ancient history than any other of our instincts and aptitudes, but it does betray a shocking tendency to revert. At least Western Mysticism has betrayed that tendency. And its modern history is every bit as bad as its past. I know that one of the most distinguished authorities on Western Mysticism, Evelyn Underhill, has assured us that this is not so; that though Magic and Mysticism have a common traffic in the supernatural, their interest and their object are essentially different. The fundamental difference between the two is this, he says: Magic wants to get, Mysticism wants to give. We may class broadly as magical all forms of self-seeking transcendentalism; the object of the thing is always the same: the deliberate exaltation of the will till it transcends its usual limitations and obtains for the self or groups of selves something which it or they did not previously possess. It is an individualistic and acquisitive science." This is no doubt true in a sense. It is also true that the object of Mysticism is to get something, and that all its giving is a means to getting. The mystic wants to get illumination, to get peace, to get deliverance, to feed on life and drink life, to eat his flesh and drink his blood, to get spiritual sustenance, the manna of the god. The parallel is very close indeed. But there is this prodigious difference. Primitive man desires to get by magic physical things that without it would come to him of their own accord in due season. Only he does not yet know that. The mystic desires to get spiritual things. And still the parallel holds so far that both are insuring against possible failure. And between these two regions of desire and expectation there is a dubious borderland, the region of the so-called supernatural powers, of which the mystic himself cannot say whether they are magical or spiritual: the power of healing, of vision, of clairvoyance and clairaudience, of control over matter. This is the region where miracles are said to happen, though neither the believer in magic nor the mystic know what is really happening. It, whatever it is, happens in the East and West, wherever magic and mysticism are known and practiced. The Taoist, the perfect man, says Kwang Tzu, is spirit-like. Great lakes might be boiling about him, and he would not feel their heat. The Ho and the Han might be frozen up, and he would not feel the cold. He mounts on the clouds of the air, and rides on the sun and moon, and rambles at ease beyond the four seas. If, says the Buddhist Sutta, a bhikkhu should desire to exercise one by one each of the different mystical powers, being one to become multiform, being multiform to become one, to become visible or to become invisible, to go without being stopped to the further side of a wall or a fence or a mountain, as if through air; to penetrate up and down through solid ground, as if through water; to walk on the water without dividing it, as if on solid ground; to travel cross-legged through the sky like the birds on wing; to touch and feel with the hand even the sun and moon, mighty and powerful though they be; and to reach in the body even up to the heaven of Brahma; to hear with clear and heavenly ear, surpassing that of men, sounds both human and celestial, whether far or near, there is nothing to prevent him. He has only got to fulfil all righteousness, to be devoted to that quietude of heart which springs from within, and not to drive back the ecstasy of contemplation. He must look through things. He must be much alone. Anybody with the smallest knowledge of abnormal psychology will see that this is the region of telepathy, and of suggestion and autosuggestion, and of psychic phenomena generally; and nobody with the slightest intellectual caution will deny that it is a region of the utmost uncertainty and danger. Chapter 7, Section 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 7, Section 2. Of a Defense of Idealism by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 7. The New Mysticism. Section 2. Now there is not one of the mystics' claims that is not under serious consideration at the present day. They cannot be settled with and dismissed at sight as palpable absurdities. The things he calls spiritual and the things other people call psychic are too closely plaited together to be easily disentangled. What is more, the belief in the supernatural, even magic itself, have never died out of human history. Mysticism itself, in some form or other, has never died. All the philosophy and all the science of the 19th century have been powerless against it. So far from being near its death in this century, it seems to be approaching a rather serious revival. The modern psychologist and the psychoanalyst will tell you that there is nothing mysterious about this indestructibility and persistence. Mysticism is as indestructible as the human libido, and as persistent as human folly. And its revival in the 20th century is precisely what you might expect in an age in which neurosis is the prevailing malady. The specialist in morbid psychology will tell you that the history of Mysticism is a history of neurosis. He will point, not in undue triumph, to the saints and mystics of the Salpêtrière. He will assure you that the great saints and mystics are in no better case; but that, on the contrary, the life of the religious recluse provides in a supreme degree all the conditions of the hysterical neurosis. Its repressions are the classical repressions; its results the classical results. He will ask you to consider dispassionately the awful record of ill health revealed in the lives of the saints, and, piling proof upon proof, he will show you in their visions and fantasies a perfect correspondence with the visions and fantasies of the neurotic and the insane. And the sting of his observations will be in their truth. What is to be said of these utterances of Saint Teresa herself? She speaks of the great shocks I used to feel when our Lord would throw me into these trances. And again, it is like a person who, having a rope round his neck, tries to breathe. On other occasions the soul seems to be in the utmost extremity of need, asking itself and saying, "Where is thy God?" I saw myself dying with the desire to see God, and I knew not how to seek that life otherwise than by dying. Certain great impetuosities of love, though not so intolerable as those of which I have spoken before, overwhelmed me. This prayer is like the sobbing of little children, who seem on the point of choking, and whose disordered senses are soothed by giving them to drink. Some slight mitigations may be had, and the pain may pass away for a little by praying God to relieve its sufferings, but the soul sees no relief except in death, by which it hopes to attain the fruition of its good. At other times those impetuosities are so violent The soul can do neither this nor anything else. The whole body is contracted, and neither hand nor foot can be moved. If the body be upright at the time it falls down, as a thing that has no control over itself. It cannot even breathe. All it does is to moan, not loudly because it cannot. Its moaning, however, comes from a keen sense of pain. Again an angel appears to her in a vision. I saw in his hand a long spear of gold, and at the iron's end there seemed to be a little fire. He appeared to be thrusting it at times into my heart, and to pierce my very entrails. When he drew it out, he seemed to draw them out also, and to leave me all on fire with the great love of God. Of Saint Catherine of Genoa it is said that at times she would seem to have her mind in a mill, and as if this mill were indeed grinding her soul and body. She would at times, when in the garden, seize hold of the thorn-covered twigs of the rose-bushes with both her hands, and would not feel any pain while thus doing it in a transport of mind. She would also bite her hands and burn them, and this in order to divert, if possible, her interior oppression. St. John of the Cross speaks of an intense and amorous impetus, answering to St. Teresa's impetuosities. And what are we to make of his confession that the ecstasies of the soul's union with God are often so poignant that they interpenetrate the body itself, so that it is awakened and partakes of the soul's passion after its own kind? Even Lady Julian of Norwich, that most exquisite and lovable of all mystics, whose love of God was not greater than her love of her neighbour, who saw that each kind compassion that man hath on his even Kristin, it is Christ in him, even Lady Julian was tormented. Her beautiful soul was haunted by the most horrible visions, the result of concentrated meditation on the passion. I saw the bodily sight lasting of the plenteous bleeding of the head. The great drops of blood fell down from under the garland like pellets, seeming as it had come out of the veins, and in the coming out they were brown red, for the blood was full thick, and in the spreading abroad they were bright red, and when they came to the brows then they vanished. Notwithstanding, the bleeding continued till many things were seen and understood. The fairness and the lifelikeness is like nothing but the same. The plenteousness is like to the drops of water that fall off the eaves after a great shower of rain, that fall so thick that no man may number them with bodily wit, and for the roundness they were like to the scale of herring in the spreading on the forehead. These three came to my mind in the time: pellets for roundness, in the coming out of the blood; the scale of the herring, in the spreading in the forehead, for roundness; the drops off eaves, for the plenteousness innumerable. This showing was quick and lifelike, and horrifying and dreadful, sweet and lovely. She has this vision of Christ's thirst. For this word was shewed for the bodily thirst, the which I understood was caused by failing of moisture. For the blessed flesh and bones was left all alone without blood and moisture. The blessed body dried alone long time with wringing of the nails and weight of the body. For I understood that for tenderness of the sweet hands and of the sweet feet, by the greatness, hardness, and grievousness of the nails, the wounds waxed wide, and the body sagged, for weight by long time hanging. And therewith was piercing and pressing of the head, and binding of the crown, all baked with dry blood, with the sweet hair clinging, and the dry flesh to the thorns, and the thorns to the flesh drying. And in the beginning, while the flesh was fresh and bleeding, the continual sitting of the thorns made the wounds wide. And furthermore I saw that the sweet skin and the tender flesh, with the hair and the blood, was all raised and loosed about from the bone, with the thorns wherethrough it were rent in many places, as a cloth that were sagging, as if it would hastily have fallen off, for heaviness and looseness, while it had natural moisture. And that was great sorrow and dread to me, for methought I would not for my life have seen it fall. How it was done I saw not, but understood it was with the sharp thorns, and the violent and grievous setting on of the garland of thorns, unsparingly and without pity. This continued a while, and soon it began to change, and I beheld and marvelled how it might be. And then I saw it was because it began to dry, and stint a part of the weight, and set about the garland. and thus it encircled all about, as it were garland upon garland. The garland of the thorns was dyed with the blood, and that other garland of blood, and the head, all was one colour, as clotted blood when it is dry. The skin of the flesh that showed, of the face and of the body, was small rimpled, with a tanned colour like a dry board when it is aged, and the face more brown than the body. But the Freudian psychoanalyst would be specially interested in Lady Julian's vision of the fiend who visited her in her sleep. I lay still till night, trusting in his mercy, and then I began to sleep. And in the sleep at the beginning methought the fiend set him on my throat, putting forth a visage full near my face, like a young man's, and it was long and wondrous lean, I saw never none such. The colour was red, like the tilestone when it is new burnt, with black spots therein like black freckles, fouler than the tilestone. His hair was red as rust, clipped in front, with full locks hanging on the temples. He grinned on me with a malicious semblance, showing white teeth, and so much methought it the more horrible. Body nor hands had he none shapely, but with his paws he held me in the throat, and would have strangled me, but he might not. And I am afraid pathologists will not be inclined to accept Lady Julian's own interpretation of her vision of the child and the dead body. And in this time, she says, I saw a body lying on the earth, which body showed heavy and horrible, without shape and form, as it were a swollen quag of stinking mire. And suddenly out of this body sprang a full fair creature, a little child, fully shapen and formed, nimble and lively, whiter than lily, which swiftly glided up into heaven. And the swollenness of the body betokeneth great wretchedness of our deadly flesh, and the littleness of the child betokeneth the cleanness of purity in the soul. And methought, with this body abideth no fairness of this child, and on this child dwelleth no foulness of this body. When you remember that these visions came to the mystic in her little anchoress's house in the graveyard of the Church of St. Julian, the wonder is, not that they were so terrible, but that they were not much worse. And besides being morbid and unbalanced, the mystics — not Lady Julian, but other mystics — show a certain arrogance. For all their humility and self-surrender, they show arrogance. The saint is exalted because she has won God's love, because she is chosen above other women to be the spouse of Christ. The Blessed Angela of Foligno declared that the Lord had told her he loved her above any other woman in the valley of Spoleto. You seldom hear of the other spouses, the other loves. The attitude is entirely self-centered. It would be interesting to know what Saint Teresa would have said to Lady Julian, or Saint Catherine of Siena to the Blessed Angela. We do know what Saint Teresa thought of her own nuns when they had aspirations. In her normal state the undaunted daughter of desires was one of the wisest and strongest minded of the saints, second only to Saint Catherine of Siena in wisdom and strong-mindedness and practical common sense. She was suspicious of experiences, especially of other people's experiences, and she owns to a profound distrust of vision. There is often no sign by which the soul can tell a vision sent by God from a vision sent by Satan. She recognizes that in this very region of phantasy and symbol there lie hidden the deepest pitfalls for the soul. Therefore, whatever risks she herself was prepared to take, she did not allow her nuns to seek these adventures, passing on the discouragement she had received from her own spiritual directors. Spiritual jealousy, the last infirmity of saints, may have had something to do with these prohibitions, but it is far more likely that they were meant as safeguards against the deadliest perils of the monastic life. The spiritual directors were the psychoanalysts of their day, and when a great mystic pleaded that his or her case was exceptional, we can imagine them replying with all the finality of their science: there are no exceptions. And the modern psychoanalyst argues, with every show of reason, thus: if in 999 cases out of 1,000 the same symbolic phantasy has been found to stand for the same thing, how, when the 1,000th case presents that symbolic phantasy, can we admit its plea to be regarded as an exception? You say that it depends on the context. and you are told ruthlessly that the context is the same. There are no exceptions. Out of their own mouths the great mystics stand condemned. So far from there being any way out and forwards in this direction, it would seem that the mystic way is the surest way backwards and in. For two reasons. First, because in the mystic longing and the mystic union, sublimation is still imperfect. The libido, although it is transferred from a human and bodily object to a divine and spiritual one, is not transformed. It is simply carried over in a more or less unsublimated state. Secondly, because the mystic look is essentially an inward one. The mystic seeks God for the most part, not in the outer world of art and science and action, but in the darkest and most secret recesses of his own soul. And it is precisely this darkness and secrecy that the psychoanalyst has the most reason to mistrust. If anybody could persuade me that all was and is well with the mystics, it would be Miss Evelyn Underbill. She does not blink the patent and indeed blatant fact of mystical ill health. If we see in the mystics, as some have done, the sporadic beginning of a power, a higher consciousness, towards which the race slowly tends, then it seems likely enough that where it appears nerves and organs should suffer under a stress to which they have not yet become adapted, and that a spirit more highly organized than its bodily home should be able to impose strange conditions on the flesh. It is at least permissible to look on the strange psychological state common amongst the mystics as just such a rebellion on the part of a normal nervous and vascular system against the exigencies of a way of life to which it has not yet adjusted itself. This is, I think, broadly and roughly true. But it would be more closely and finely true to say that the mystic consciousness presents in a marked degree the pathological phenomena of dissociation. M. Janet's account of the matter, in his Etat mental des hystériques, leaves us in no doubt as to what is actually happening here. He shows that the root of the neuroses and psychoses, of all mental maladies in fact, lies in dissociation, the break between one idea or group of ideas and its normal context and logical connections, the cutting off of one psychic state or group of states from the stream of consciousness itself. This isolated and abandoned tract is the home of all the obsessions, the fixed ideas, the morbid complexes unearthed by the psychoanalysts, the daydreams and fantasies of neurotic and insane persons. It is the home of lapsed instincts and memories, of things forgotten because of their dreadfulness or simply because of their uselessness. It is our ancestral and racial territory, the place of our forgotten and yet undying past, of what has been conscious once and is no longer conscious. Portions of our present that we have no use for and that would only hamper us are continually going to join this forsaken past. But if we are to keep the image of consciousness as a stream, we had better say that they sink to the bottom and stay there until some eddy in the deep stirs them up again. You can reverse the image if you like and think of consciousness as some city of the sea, raised on land partly submerged, partly reclaimed from the sea, a sea that threatens perpetually to overflow the thresholds of its palaces. But, without bothering about territories and streams and bottoms and seas and thresholds, the point to bear in mind is that all lapses and losses of a present memory or aptitude, barring physical lesion or decay, all perversions of instinct and desire, all suppressions, obsessions and possessions, all cases of double or multiple personality, are states primarily and essentially of dissociation; and that detachment, which is the one indispensable condition of mystical experience, is, primarily and essentially, a state of dissociation. And it is, as mystics themselves are perfectly well aware, a very dangerous state. There is not one step of the mystic way, from meditation through illumination, introversion, contemplation and quiet, to deliverance and to ecstasy, that is not a step further in the process of dissociation. The mystic, deliberately seeking ultimate reality, has left normal consciousness behind him. He has closed all the approaches in that direction. And he has opened doors — another image, but I can't help it — he has opened doors to anything that may be waiting for him below or beyond the threshold. He is out or in for a dreadfully perilous adventure, and what happens to him will depend on whether this region beyond normal consciousness is only the too well trodden territory of the past, or also the untrodden country of the future. In the one case his mystical " experience " will be a sinking downwards or a turning backwards. In the other it may be a rising upwards or a going on. And there is a third alternative: it may be both. Quite easily it may be both. For we have now to do with a more or less divided and disintegrated personality. I think that, still keeping the saints and mystics of the Salpetriere well in sight, we shall find that there are some grounds for supposing that the country of abnormal consciousness stretches forwards as well as backwards, and belongs every bit as much to our future as to our past. Our normal, everyday, present consciousness lies between what has been and what shall be. It has been developed, as we have seen, by processes of forgetting, that is to say, of dissociation carried to perfection. It exists as it is now by virtue of its defiance and its rupture with the past that it suppresses but is powerless to destroy. So that, if it is to advance at all beyond its normal state, it can only do so by a process of detachment or dissociation, by that letting go and forgetting of the actual, by that renunciation and self-surrender, that dying to live which is the secret of the mystic life. Let us suppose, then, that in his abnormal state the mystic has before him the entire range of the unconscious and subconscious, that his psyche hovers between its old, forgotten playground of the past and its unknown playground of the future. It may be the prey and the victim of powers, of instincts and of memories which once served its development and which have dropped from it by disuse. Or it may be the experimenter with undeveloped powers of which it is by no means the master. At best it can only advance a little way, a very little way along the path it is ultimately destined to travel. But it can go back very easily down that well trodden path by which it came. It can go a short way, or even a fairly long way, and yet return. But if it goes too far it is lost. It is hopelessly estranged from itself and from the life of the normal living. It is, not to mince matters, mad. Or it may go up and down on the two paths; and its tendency to go up and down, or to go downwards most of the time, and seldom if ever to go upward all of the time, or even for very long at any one time, is recorded in the confessions of all the saints. In the face of these confessions we might feel suspicious of our supposition but for two things. We have personal experience of psychic dissociation every night when we dream. And we have authentic evidence bearing on the existence of a fairly extensive borderland, lying between magic and mysticism, the region of the so-called psychic powers. Professor Freud has said two notable things about dreams. Dreams are a piece of the conquered life of the childish soul, and the dream is a disguised fulfillment of a repressed wish. He might have said with equal truth: dreams are a piece of the yet unconquered life of the soul that is to be. Or: the dream is a fulfillment of the repressed desire to transcend our normal powers, seeing that in our dream consciousness we do transcend them. In every dream adventure we make experiments with the soul that is to be. If dreaming were not the common and accustomed thing it is, we should be astounded at our own performances every time we dream. When people come down in the morning and tell you that they have had a very remarkable dream, what they mean is that their dreams are more remarkable than other people's dreams. But it does not occur to them how remarkable it is that anybody should have a dream at all. It was no doubt a good thing for the race when it definitely made up its mind that we are dealing with realities when we wake and with unrealities when we dream. But it is mainly owing to this really very rash assumption that an extraordinarily interesting and significant form of consciousness should have been left to the imaginative layman and the quack investigator until the psychoanalyst took it over. I am not forgetting the admirable work done by the Society for Psychical Research. This has been mainly in collecting and sifting material for psychology to deal with, but recent discussion has tended towards recognition of the dream's peculiar and profound reality. Dream experiences are not explained by calling them hallucinations, nor yet when we have named their cause unconscious cerebration. Cerebration is always unconscious, and it accompanies and perhaps in some way conditions waking consciousness too. That there should be inside excitements and reverberations, nerve cells and brain cells, keeping up their activity on their own, after the outside stimulus has ceased, is not more remarkable than any other physical event. But we should expect the psychic events that correspond with this activity to be the faded images, the fainter reverberations of waking states, to be as broken, as confused, and as fantastic as you please, but still to obey the ordinary fundamental conditions of space and time. So far as it accounts for anything, unconscious cerebration might account for such a dream consciousness as this; but not for the dream consciousness we know. The unaccountable things are the conditions of the dream itself: the dream space, the dream time, the dream unity of consciousness, the dream itself. No amount of unconscious cerebration can explain the facts that at one and the same time I am or seem to be several other persons besides myself, while preserving my own identity in them; that I can penetrate into walled spaces without opening doors; that I can arrive at positions in space without occupying intermediate positions in space; that I can go through a continuous series of performances involving an expenditure of time that may be anything between 5 hours and 5 days, or, with suitable breaks, even 5 years; all in what proves to have been 3 seconds by the watch at my bedside. In my nerve and brain records there can be no memory of my ever having done these things; and they cannot well be explained as compounds of fragments of the things I have done. Surely the obvious inference is that I do them, not in the space of waking consciousness, and not in 3 seconds of watch time, but in another space and in another time; and that in doing them I have been both the waking I and another more marvellous I, and to some extent others. For the waking I remembers the dream experience, though not always perfectly; and the dream I remembers parts, at any rate, of the waking experience. That is to say, while preserving selfhood, it has transcended normal consciousness. It is probable that racial consciousness is resurgent in the dreams even of normal people, and that it plays an enormous part in the dreams of neurotics and of lunatics. It is probable that in dreams the psyche goes backwards. It is no less probable, I think, that, urged by its half conscious and wholly prophetic need, it goes forwards too, and grasps at and reaches powers that will ultimately be its normal conscious possession. End of chapter 7, part 1, section 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 7, part 1, section 3 of A Defense of Idealism by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 7, The New Mysticism, part 1, section 3. And besides the dream powers, there are the other powers of the borderland, the psychic powers that belong to the world of mysticism and magic and the occult, and are claimed equally by scoundrels and by saints. Until comparatively recent years, they, and the peculiar form of consciousness they involve, were in the same case as the dream powers. They were left to the quack practitioner and the amateur investigator. Most of us can remember the time when the existence of telepathy was not admitted by persons who had a scientific reputation to take care of, and suggestion was on its trial. As for faith healing, palmistry, clairvoyance, clairaudience, automatism, mediumship, and the rest, they are still mixed up with such fraud and humbug and silliness, and with persons so disgraceful, so discredited, so absurd, that it is not easy to write about them in a work that is, at any rate, trying to be serious. I feel, to be disgustingly egoistic, that any reputation I may have is already so imperilled by my devout adhesion to the Absolute that I simply cannot afford to be suspected of tenderness, or even toleration for the professors of the occult. The Society for Psychical Research may be trusted to deal appropriately with unorganized imposture. But the organized variety is another matter. And there are at least two organizations which seem to be beyond the power of any society or of any government or state to control them: Theosophy and Christian Science. They are dangerous, not because they have had an ancient history, but because they have had and are having a modern one. Christian Science is by far the more dangerous, though not the less dubious of the two. It is dangerous because of its successes. It is dangerous because its best exponents are really sincere and truthful and profoundly spiritual persons. But these are not always its most successful practitioners. For, when all is said and done, and its misses and its failures are counted, its gains make quite a considerable show. Its traffic in the world of appearances is indeed astounding, also its profit, seeing that it ignores the known methods of procedure and the proved facts and the ascertained sequences and connections of that world. With a mouthful of phrases and formulas, and a few ill-assorted bits of popular philosophy picked up haphazard, with an utter ignorance of what it calls Western science, it is trying to undo in a day the work of centuries, the elaborate and patient work of the most beneficent of all physical sciences. And it is succeeding. Not long ago, in a country village, I came on an innocent family of 4 persons. They were trying to get well there. The father's and the mother's health was impaired, and the 2 children's quite efficiently shattered by the effects of the scarlet fever they had had a year ago. They had had it owing to the view their neighbor held that because Christian Science can cure nervous headaches and hysterical paralysis and take down inflammation, it can cure scarlet fever too, or at any rate can allow children displaying all the appearances of scarlet fever itself not being a reality, to run loose about a city without damage to the public safety. And the neighbor is probably of that opinion still, and when his children get diphtheria, they will probably be allowed to spread it abroad in the same way. But, though Christian Science despises appearances in the form of disease germs and the laws of nature, it does not despise them in the form of dollars and of goods. It is too much messed up with appearances altogether. It does not discriminate. It will not render unto appearance the things that are appearances, and unto reality the things that are realities. I find it hard to write fairly of Theosophy, possibly because I have suffered from Theosophists. I do not like their way of handling the sacred books of the East. I object to having the Bhagavad Gita and the Sutta of all the Asavas thrown at my head, as if they had been portions of Scripture appointed for the day, and specially applicable to my unspiritual case. I hate it when a woman I disapprove of tells me that if I would only extinguish all my desires I should attain Nirvana tomorrow. I know it, but I do not want to attain Nirvana quite so soon. When I am eating chicken and my host is eating lettuce, I resent his telling me that a vegetarian cannot endure the presence of a flesh-eater, but that he conceals his repulsion because he is holier than the flesh-eater. And I am really frightened when I am introduced to a female adept who cannot walk through a churchyard without seeing what goes on in the graves, and who insists on describing what she has seen. Surely there is something very wrong there. Now there are theosophical societies, like the Quest Society, that are innocent, and there are theosophists like Mr. A. P. Sinnett and Mr. G. R. S. Mead who command the greatest admiration and respect. But I would rather think of Mr. Sinnett and Mr. Mead as scholars and experts in strange religions than as theosophists at all. If I had to choose between Pragmatism and Theosophy, I would without hesitation choose Pragmatism. But that there are powers, some powers, is, I think, no longer in dispute. I am quite sure that, but for my will not to be healed, a Christian Scientist could heal me if I offered the appropriate disorder. I dare say the powers of Mr. Leadbetter and Mrs. Annie Besant, or their Mahatmas, could blast my career if I came under their influence. If a bhikkhu should desire to ride cross-legged through the sky, I do not think that he will be able to do it. But he will probably be able to create an illusion of doing it, so strong that the illusion will see no difference between the appearance and the reality. All these people are more or less adepts in the art of suggestion and autosuggestion. They have more or less control over whatever powers are involved in telepathy, clairvoyance, automatism, and mediumship. But their powers are not more interesting or wonderful than the powers of quite ordinary people who have never heard of a Mahatma, or else think it is the island New York City is built on. For the most elementary power of telepathy and suggestion, which, I believe, include all the others, is, if you come to think of it, a very remarkable and significant thing; almost as remarkable and significant as dreaming. It means that the ordinary methods of communication by speech and sign are transcended; that faith is literally the substance of things not seen. A bhikkhu riding cross-legged through the sky would surely be a variety of such a substance; that, if it cannot move mountains or even molehills, it can move molecules; it can, within limits, break up and alter their chemical arrangements. Otherwise physical healing by suggestion could not occur. It looks as if thoughts flew about and could be caught casually on the wing. Only that things do not always happen in that haphazard way. There are certain clear and steady sequences that point to a definite and deliberate agency. They involve desire and design. The selves can apparently exert an inward spiritual influence as strong as, or stronger than, an outside or material stimulus. Suggestion, then, seems to be best defined as the power that immaterial beings have to make psychic events happen. In this sense we may say that it covers all the ground of magic and of mysticism, and the borderland. It must have been used deliberately in primitive ritual and in all the mysteries. It accounts for all the psychic phenomena of mysticism: the miracles, the visions, the ecstasies, the sense of union. It probably accounts for the efficacy of prayer. Prayer is one of our oldest ancestral instincts and habits. It is therefore one of the strongest engines of suggestion at our service. But though it covers all the facts, it does not account for all of them. And it does not cover or account for itself. It does not account for the supreme fact, the choice of ultimate reality as the object of desire. It does not account for the desire itself, the hunger and the thirst for life, for new life, and more abundant life, which is the driving motive of the mystic adventure. It does not account for the gradual steady sublimation of that desire, nor for the corresponding changes in the conception of its object. It does not account for the means by which it is brought into operation, for the ascertained uniformity in the stages of the mystic way all the world over, a uniformity which raises the practice of mysticism from magic to a science and an art. It does not account — I know this statement will be challenged, but I believe it does not account — for the peculiar certainty that comes, not always through illumination and contemplation, and not through vision or ecstasy, but in spite of them; a certainty that is not part of the psychic phenomena at all, and that, so far as I know, both psychic phenomena and the suggestion that gives rise to them are powerless to produce. And it does not account for itself. When we have said that suggestion gives rise to psychic events, we do not know why, or even how it does so. We have not said from what centres or on what levels it is working. Apparently it can work from all the centres and on all the levels of our conscious or subconscious life. If we say that its chief function is to create illusion, we are very far from the truth. Its chief and highest function is to create reality, to heighten the sense and sharpen the perception of reality, to restore the links with reality where they have been broken. Otherwise there could be no healing by suggestion. And the most important of its healing functions are the recovery of the lost will to live, and the joining up of psychic states abnormally dissociated. Now, in detachment, the state of mystic dissociation from normal consciousness, we said that two ways were made open to the psyche: one looking backwards and downwards, on which it can go a long way with ease; and one going forwards and upwards, on which it can only go a little way with difficulty. And the psychic powers of the borderland can go up and down too. Suggestion can evoke the instincts and memories of states past and forgotten. It can also invoke the instinct and the premonition of a state not attained. It cannot create ultimate reality or the perception of it, but it would seem that it can create a state in which, for moments of most uncertain duration, ultimate reality is discerned. In Western Mysticism, above all in Catholic Mysticism, the lower and the higher forms of suggestion alternate, and there is a dreadful tendency for the lower form to hold the field. And if the great mystics had not been the most marvellous analyzers of their own states, we should have had no possible means of distinguishing in their case between the two. Luckily their moments of certainty seldom, if ever, came when they were deliberately sought. They came, as they come to every one who has ever known them, unsought, and unexpected, and with a shock of surprise. In true mystic experience you may say the expected never happens. Still, remembering the saints of the Salpêtrière, and Lady Julian's morbidities, and Saint Teresa's impetuosities, and all the terrifying and revolting amorousness of the religious mystic, we might suspect this certainty if these revelations were all the record that we had of it. Not only all religious experience is full of it, but every poet, every painter, every musician knows the shock of contact with reality. The vision of absolute beauty while it lasts is actually a laying hold on eternal life. I would say every lover knows it, but that sexual passion is the source of our most profound illusion. Still, even the betrayed and disillusioned lover may know that in loving he found his own innermost reality. Illusion was not in him, but in the perfidious heart of the beloved. While he loved, he truly lived. Nothing can take from him that certainty. The wrong of sexual treachery lies in the fact that it deprives the lover, for the time being, of life. And there is an even higher state of certainty than these. Almost every other hero knows it: the exquisite and incredible assurance, the positively ecstatic vision of reality that comes to him when he faces death for the first time. There is no certainty that life can give that surpasses or even comes anywhere near it. And the world has been full of these mystics, these visionaries, since August 1914. Sometimes I think they are the only trustworthy ones. How pure, how absolute is their surrender; how candid and untroubled their confession; how spontaneous and undefiled their witness. And see how they back up all the others. This is the sort of certainty we want to tide us over the straits where Western Mysticism often leaves us floundering. I say Western Mysticism because in the Buddhist sacred books and in the Upanishads and the Vedanta, and in the mysticism of Kabir, you do not find anywhere the same repulsive qualities. You enter a purer and a subtler air; and the light of Godhead, das fließende Licht der Gottheit, does not flow; it is strong and very still. There are reasons, as we shall see, for this difference. The Western mind comes to Mysticism by a peculiarly dangerous and difficult path. For one thing, it came to it a bit too early. The art and science of it were perfected in Asia, if not before the first principles had been discovered in Europe and Asia Minor, at any rate long before they had had a chance to develop. The Christian mystics seem never to have quite perfected the technique of the thing, and seldom to have achieved a perfect and a safe detachment. Admirable psychoanalysts as they were, they lacked that minute psychological theory and practice which the Indian seems undoubtedly to have possessed. They plunged into the dangerous adventure without adequate preparation, as one who should jump into the Atlantic without a safety belt. In the language of modern psychology, they had not learned how to sublimate their libidos. And this apparently was what the subtle Indian had learned before ever he set out on the adventure. The Western mystic did not know, or had forgotten, that the desire of life, even physical desire, is an indestructible and holy though a dangerous thing. He suppressed physical desire; he stamped it down into the unconscious; and then, in a state of passivity or trance, he went down there after it, and was met by the resurgence of all his savage and ancestral memories. He retrogressed. He did not know that this would happen to him; he knew nothing at all or very little about the Unconscious. And every time it did happen he was agonized and astonished. But the Indian mystic knew very well what would happen, and why it happened, and when he went travelling in the untrodden country he took good care to close the gates of the paths that led downwards. Sometimes they swung to of their own accord, and the Christian mystic was safe. Still, there is a great gulf fixed between Eastern and Western mysticism. Sometimes the Catholics bridge it when they are metaphysical, which is seldom. But Julian of Norwich, for one, managed to get over. Her first revelation of divine love might have come straight from the heart of Asia. "In this same time our Lord showed me," she said, "a spiritual sight of his homely loving. I saw that he is to us everything that is good and comfortable for us. He is our clothing that for love wrappeth us, claspeth us, and all encloseth us for tender love, that he may never leave us; being to us all thing that is good, as to mine understanding. Also in this he showed me a little thing, the quantity of an hazel nut, in the palm of my hand, and it was as round as a ball. I looked thereupon with eye of my understanding, and thought, what may this be? And it was answered generally thus: It is all that is made. I marvelled how it might last, for methought it might suddenly have fallen to naught for littleness. And I was answered in my understanding: It lasteth, and ever shall last, for that God loveth it, and so all thing hath the being by the love of God. Compare this with the well-known duologue in the Khandogya Upanishad: Fetch me from thence a fruit of the Nyagrodha tree. Here is one, sir. Break it. It is broken, sir. What do you see there? These seeds, almost infinitesimal. Break one of them. It is broken, sir. What do you see there? Not anything, sir. The father said, My son, that subtle essence which you do not perceive there, of that very essence the great Nyagrodha tree exists. Believe it, my son. That which is the subtle essence. In it all that exists has its self. It is the true. It is the self. And thou, O Svetaketu, art it. Observe what is happening. It is as if Mr. Barlow were instructing Sandford and Merton in the Hegelian dialectic. Observe that it is said of Svetaketu that he understood. Yes, he understood. The Indian takes to the Absolute like a duck to water. He may attain deliverance before he is 16, instead of having to wait for it till he is 60, when the passions cease from troubling of their own accord. In her clearest moments Julian is as devout a pantheist as any Indian mystic. She had even her pantheistic formula to match the "Thou art it" of the Upanishad. I it am, I it am, I it am that is highest, I it am that thou lovest, I it am that thou enjoyest, I it am that thou servest, I it am that thou longest for, I it am that thou desirest, I it am that thou meanest, I it am that is all. End of chapter 7, part 1, section 3. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 7, part 2, of A Defense of Idealism by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 7, The New Mysticism, part 2. We are very near the secret of the psychic backsliding and spiritual torment of the Christian mystic. They are due, not only to imperfect psychological technique, but to imperfect metaphysics. In spite of the refinements of the schoolmen, the Christian idea of God was never wholly sublimated by thought. It rests on a naif and obstinate dualism that resists the process. It is to the East that we must turn to find the highest and the purest form of mysticism, a mysticism that has passed through the fire of metaphysical thinking and is itself sublimated. But before we compare Western with Eastern mysticism, as I am going to do, to the disadvantage of the Christian variety, three things must be kept well in sight. First, that the final goal of Christian mysticism is not experience, not vision, not ecstasy, but the unitive life, the life lived in union with reality. Life lived, not merely contemplated; a life of fruition and activity, lifted forever above the powers of the subconscious. Of this state Evelyn Underhill says that in it man's nature has become conscious in all its parts, has unified itself about its highest elements; that strange, tormenting vision of a perfect peace, a joyous self-loss, annihilation in some mighty life which overpassed his own, which haunts man through the whole course of his history, and finds a more or less distorted expression in all his creeds, a justification in all his ecstasies, is now traced to its source, and found to be the inevitable expression of an instinct by which he recognized, though he could not attain, the noblest part of his inheritance. She denies, on, I think, somewhat insufficient grounds, that this state was conspicuously attained in Eastern Mysticism; that is to say, in Eastern Mysticism that was not influenced by Christianity. But the Christian apologist has still to admit that in the West it was usually reached late in life, and that certain physical cessations may have contributed. However that may be, it is the end of mystical ill health. Again, the Christian saint brings to the quest for reality something that is not always found in mysticisms that have been highly sublimated by thought. Julian of Norwich says of her hazel nut: "In this little thing I saw three properties. The first is that God madeth it; the second is that God loveth it; the third is that God keepeth it. But what is to me verily the maker, the keeper, and the lover, I cannot tell." And she speaks for all her kindred. Her way is the way of the mystic Kabir and of the Vaishnavists, the humanists of India. Few, says Kabir, are the lovers who know the beloved. The devout seeker is he who mingles in his heart the double currents of love and detachment. Lastly, Mysticism itself is a thing of gradual development, and the Eastern and the Western forms of it are tending to approach, with the result that Pantheism is absorbing Christian Humanism to Humanism's great gain. This tendency is so conspicuous in the modern literature of East and West that it may be fairly called the New Mysticism. It has been, I think, not only an affair of influence, but of the slow yet inevitable maturing of the Western mind. It is no food for sick souls. It has put the disease of asceticism behind it. It is a robust and joyous mysticism reconciled to the world. When Sir Rabindranath Tagore was over here in the years before the war, he told us that the destiny of the East was to spiritualize the West. Complacent Westerners smiled at the saying, as if the great poet had been offering to teach his grandmother an art that she had perfected before he was born. Yet his was simply the calm statement of a truth. Still, if some of our poets and mystics had not gone before him, we should not have been as ready for him as we were. Before the publication of his translation of the 100 Poems of Kabir, his own Gitanjali stood almost alone, representing for many of us all that is purest and highest in mysticism. Therefore I venture to repeat here what I wrote of it 4 years ago. There is hardly a word of it that will not apply equally to the work of his forerunner, Kabir. To the Western mind there is a gulf fixed between the common human heart and transcendent being. The European and the American, in their quest of reality, are apt to be taken in by appearances. They do not readily make the great distinction. That is partly why, with the exception of the classics of mysticism, the devotional poetry of the West, Catholic and Protestant alike, is so unsatisfying. Most of it is written by people who are not poets. But the worst of it is that it is not supremely devotional. It does not deal directly with the transcendent, but proceeds fervently indeed, but always by way of dogma and tradition, as it were by perpetual makeshifts, and through the most horrible tangle of material and carnal imagery, to a visionary throne of grace. You never seem to arrive. Your heart may be soothed by the assurance of atonement, but your finer metaphysical hunger is left for ever unappeased. But take these songs of divine love from the Gitanjali. In the deep shadows of the rainy July, with secret steps thou walkest, silent as night, eluding all watchers. The woodlands have hushed their songs, and doors are all shut at every house. Thou art the solitary wayfarer in this deserted street. O my only friend, my best beloved, the gates are open in my house. Do not pass by like a dream. The day is no more. The shadow is upon the earth. It is time that I go to the stream to fill my pitcher. I know not if I shall come back home. I know not whom I shall chance to meet. There at the fording in the little boat the unknown man plays upon his lute. In the poems of this mystic the world appears no longer in its brutality, its vehemence, its swift yet dense fluidity. It is seized in the very moment of its passing, and fixed in the clarity and stillness of his vision. It is always the same everyday world, the dusty road, the deserted street, the solitary fording, the bank in the shady lane where the yellow leaves flutter and fall. At the coming of the unknown traveller the leaves rustled overhead, the cuckoo sang from the unseen dark, and perfume of babla flowers came from the end of the road. A world vivid to every sense, yet the stage of a supersensual drama, the scene of the divine adventure. So vivid and so actual is it that only its strange fixity stirs in you the thrill of the supersensual. And through this fixity, this stillness of rhythm and of mood, there is a mysterious trouble and excitement, an awful tension of expectancy. It is the stillness of intense vibration, of life inconceivably living, the ecstasy of supreme passion consummated and consumed. There is nothing in the Western world to compare with these poems but the writings of those mystics who were also saints: Saint Augustine, Saint Thomas à Kempis, Saint Francis of Assisi, Julian of Norwich, Saint Teresa, Saint Catherine of Genoa, who said, "My me is God, nor do I recognize any other me except my God himself." Above all, Saint John of the Cross, in the dark night of the soul. Upon my flowery breast, holy for him, and save himself for none, there did I give sweet rest to my beloved one. The banners of the cedars breathe thereon. All these impassioned lovers of the Godhead use the same language, telling of the same unique experience. And it is invariably the language of human passion, for the simple and sufficient reason that there is no other. At the same time, with the exception of Dante's Paradiso and Vita Nuova, it would be hard to find in all the poetry of Western mysticism a perfect parallel to the passion of the Gitanjali. There are few Western mystics who do not somewhere betray the restlessness that lies around their rest. Until the final attainment of the unitive life, their peace would seem to have been harder won, to be held more perilously, to be always on the point of passing. So vivid is the sense they give of effort, of struggle, of frantic desperation. There is a corresponding vehemence and violence in their language. Saint Teresa says of the state of the enraptured soul, "No consolation reaches it from heaven, and it is not there itself. It wishes for none from earth, and it is not there either, but it is, as it were, crucified between earth and heaven, enduring its passion." Saint John of the Cross speaks of an intense and amorous impetus, answering to Saint Teresa's impetuosities. For, as we have seen, the language of the Catholic mystic is often the language of sensuous, almost of sensual emotion, so voluptuous that it lends itself very easily to the interpretation of the profane. But it is impossible to doubt the spirituality of these Bengali songs of divine love. They are at the very highest level of attainment in their kind. They have the serenity and purity of supreme possession. Mystic passion embraces while it transcends the whole range of human passion. Like human passion, it works through body, heart, and soul. It is the soul and the heart of passion that you find in the Gitanjali, its secret and invisible things, small and great; all in it that is superb, inviolate, undying; all that is lowly and most fragile; its impalpable, incommunicable moods; its evanescences, its dreams, its subtleties, its reticences and courtesies, its fears and delicate shames. I asked nothing from thee, I uttered not my name to thine ear. When thou took'st thy leave, I stood silent. There is no querulousness and no grossness of impatience, no restlessness in this passion of the expectant soul. And on the part of the pursuing God there are none of those impetuosities that overwhelmed Saint Teresa. He comes with silent steps. He is the lover waiting in the shadows. He is the watcher by the bed, wayfarer in the deserted street, the traveller at the well. He is Krishna, the lute player, the unknown man playing in the little boat at the fording. I know nothing so persuasive as the glamour of this Eastern stillness, nothing that evokes so irresistibly, so inevitably, the sense of the unseen. There, where spreads the infinite sky for the soul to take her flight in, reigns the stainless white radiance. There is no day nor night, nor form nor colour, and never, never a word. Before this austerity and restraint, all foregoing comparisons break down. There is, through all their likeness, an unmistakable difference between those great Western mystics and Rabindranath Tagore. Their passion utters a more poignant lyrical cry, they experience a more violent rapture in union, and a deeper tragedy in separation. Nothing could well be further from his spirit than their emotionalism. Individual temperament has no doubt something to do with it, but it is not the whole secret. This tumult and tragic pain of theirs has its own law. It displays itself in proportion to their asceticism, to the violence of their rupture with the divine visible world. It is the outcome of the dualism inherent in Christianity. There never was a religion that promised so much and gave so little, that kept man's soul in such an awful poise between heaven and hell, that left his passion for God so agonized and unappeased. Its dualism, its asceticism frustrates the longing of its saints. Their holiest ecstasies are troubled with the resurgence of the source it has polluted. To the devotee of a creator inconceivably different, infinitely remote, and separate from his creation, the visible world is necessarily undivine, abhorrent, and unholy. In renouncing the world, the Eastern ascetic denies its reality. But the Christian, in the very act of renunciation, affirms its shocking, independent entity. Thus his deliverance is never either physically or metaphysically complete. That is the Christian's tragedy. He cannot, without an agonizing struggle, get rid of the world that weighs on him, whereas it is comparatively easy for the Oriental to divest himself, as it were, of his cosmic clothing. It is doubtful if any Eastern ascetic, Brahmin or Buddhist, could feel the same furious hatred and horror of the world, seeing that to him the world, the whole visible universe, is at its worst no more than an illusion. You may refuse to become attached to an illusion, you may withdraw from it with every circumstance of profound repudiation, but you cannot furiously hate and abhor a thing which for you has no real existence of its own. In the Gitanjali you will find none of this hatred and abhorrence, none either of this serene indifference and denial. Deliverance is not for me in renunciation. I will never shut the doors of my senses. The delights of sight and hearing and touch will bear thy delight. What divine drink, he cries, wouldst thou have, my God, from the overflowing cup of my life? And again, echoing Kabir, the same stream of life that runs through my veins night and day runs through the world and dances in rhythmic measures. It is the same life that shoots in joy through the dust of the earth in numberless blades of grass and breaks into tumultuous waves of leaves and flowers. Is it beyond thee, he asks, to be glad with the gladness of this rhythm, to be tossed and lost and broken in the whirl of this fearful joy? To him the life of God is an abounding joy that scatters and gives up and dies every moment. The whole complexity of things, the veil of Maya, the illusion of the world, is simple and translucent to him, so simple and so translucent that reality is neither hidden by it nor obscured. That wearing of the veil of illusion is the jest of the divine lover hiding himself from his beloved, that he may be the more passionately desired. It is he says, who weaves the web of this Maya in evanescent hues of gold and silver, blue and green, and lets peep out through the folds his feet, at whose touch I forget myself. Everywhere in these poems there is this acceptance of humanity, this ecstasy of joy in movement and in beauty, this adoration of life. Let all the strains of joy mingle in my last song, the joy that makes the earth flow over in the riotous excess of the grass, the joy that sets the twin brothers, life and death, dancing over the wide world, the joy that sweeps in with the tempest, shaking and waking all life with laughter, the joy that sits still with its tears on the open red lotus of pain, and the joy that throws everything it has upon the dust and knows not a word. It looks at first sight as if this all-embracing mysticism were different in its very nature from the view of the Catholic recluse prisoned in his cell; and it has apparently even less affinity with Indian mysticism of the pantheistic type. And this is a little disconcerting. Surely, you say, there must be things in the Upanishads from which some, at least, of these poems are descended. You take down your Upanishads and hunt through them excitedly for those things, but in vain. Unless you are prepared to accept wholesale the interpretation of the ingenious Ramanuja, who contended that even in union with Brahma the individual self maintained its separate identity. And it is only now and again in the Gitanjali that there comes any reverberation of the mystic words, "Thou art it," of those resonant and resplendent passages which proclaim the absolute inseparable identity of all things, of all selves in the Great Self. Now the metaphysician may deny or affirm that identity as his appetite or his instinct prompts him. Nothing can be more certain than that, for some mystics, the personal relation is an experience, a fact. All the same it, and the separation it implies, is an experience and a fact that begins and ends in their own individual consciousness. It is irreducible, indescribable, incommunicable. Metaphysically it stands for nothing more nor less than that moment in which the human soul becomes conscious of itself in God. The thing is duplex only in one aspect. Around it, continuing in it and transcending it, are all the unity, all the identity you can desire. The separation is not real, not absolute, any more than death or birth is. It is part of the illusion, part of the great game, the hiding and seeking of thee and me. It is the pang of separation that spreads throughout the world and gives birth to shapes innumerable in the infinite sky. It is this sorrow of separation that gazes in silence all night from star to star and becomes lyric among rustling leaves in rainy darkness of July. It is this overspreading pain that deepens into loves and desires, into sufferings and joys in human homes, and this it is that ever melts and flows in song through my poet's heart. To find Rabindranath Tagore's true sources and affinities, you must go back first of all to the 15th and 16th centuries, to Kabir the mystic, to the great Vaishnavists who were the humanists of India, to Chandidas the poet, to Chaitanya Devi, the God-intoxicated saint and seer. But going back further still, as far back as you can go, you find this naif personal attitude in the Vedic hymns. The ancient rishis, as lamentably as any Christian, felt self to be separated from their deity or deities by the fact of sin. It was those who came after them, the more philosophic rishis of the Upanishads, the Buddhists who came after them, and the expert metaphysicians of the Vedanta, who reversed this view and found sin in the illusion of separation. And all the later mystic poetry of India, from Kabir onwards, springs from the conflict and reconciliation between that immemorial feeling of separation and that profound and supersensual certainty of oneness. This indeed is the source of all the mysticism that ever was. Only in India the feeling of separation is the baffling thing. The supersensual certainty is taken for granted, while in Christianity it is all the other way. In India it is simply a question of whether you are going to agree, say, with the ingenious Ramanuja that the individual soul preserves its identity in union, or with the learned Sankaracharya that it has never had any separate identity to lose, or with the poets, who are the seers of reality, that it may have identity and lose it, and recover it and lose it again. For there is always this third alternative. It is clear that what the mystics are seeking is transcendent identity. There are three who, by their double genius of passion and of insight, have the right to speak for all of them. One is Julian of Norwich. "Till I am substantially oned to him," she says, "I may never have full rest nor very bliss. That is to say, till I be so fastened to him that there is right naught that is made betwixt my God and me." One is Rabindranath Tagore, and one is the greatest of them all, Kabir. Kabir is a test case. Before the appearance of the 100 Poems, translated and edited by Rabindranath Tagore and Evelyn Underhill, the only Kabir that I could lay my hands on was a book of select passages, translated and edited by a Christian missionary. I don't suggest that the missionary did anything to Kabir. Still, the repudiators of pantheistic monism have used Kabir freely as a proof that Christianity had spiritualized India, and when this was all we had of him, it was possible to admit that there might be something in it. At least it was possible to give the dualists the benefit of a doubt. I find that I gave it them myself in 1913 when I could write this sort of thing. Kabir, I wrote, conscious of the separation, conceives union as a mingling in which the soul is certainly not lost. The soul, Atma, and the great soul, Paramatma, for many ages remained apart. The true guru, or teacher, came as a dealer and made of them a beauteous mixture. The power that cannot be described, the form that imparts life, whoever becomes one with him, as milk with water, that man, says Kabir to Dharm Das, Kali cannot destroy. Thou art the ocean, I am the fish of the water, he says. I dwell in the water, without the water I am done for. But he does not say he is a dewdrop and that he slips into the shining sea. And though he protests, "Whatever I did, you did. I did nothing myself. Should men say I did it, it was in your strength that it was done," he makes it clear that he preserves his separate identity all the same. End quote. The champions of Christian dualism are welcome to all they can get out of Kabir's fish and his milk and his middleman, and to all they can get out of any other image he may use to express his relation to the Absolute. I cannot conceive how they can read the rest of the 100 Poems and not see that India has absorbed him body and soul. He has the true intransigence of the convert. He is closer, far closer than Tagore, to the pure metaphysical monism, Svetasvatara Upanishad. His mysticism is only free from metaphysics because it has passed through the last fires of thought. It is utterly sublimated. Take the least metaphysical and most purely poetic of the 100 Poems. Tell me, O swan, your ancient tale. From what land do you come, O swan? To what shore will you fly? Where would you take your rest, O swan, and what do you seek? Even this morning, O swan, awake, arise, follow me. There is a land where no doubt nor sorrow have rule, where the terror of death is no more. There the woods of spring are abloom, and the fragrant scent He is I is borne on the wind. There the bee of the heart is deeply immersed, and desires no other joy. Again, the creature is in Brahma, and Brahma is in the creature. They are ever distinct, yet ever united. He himself is the tree, the seed, and the germ. He himself is the flower, the fruit, and the shade. He himself is the sun, the light, and the lighted. He himself is Brahma, creature, and Maya. He himself is the manifold form, the infinite space. He is the breath, the word, and the meaning. He himself is the limit and the limitless, and beyond both the limit and the limitless is He, the pure being. He is the immanent mind in Brahma and in the creature. He is immersed in all consciousness, all joys and all sorrows. He has no beginning and no end. He holds all within his bliss. Before the unconditioned, the conditioned dances. Thou and I are one, his trumpet proclaims. The water-filled pitcher is placed upon water. It has water within and without. It should not be given a name, lest it call forth the error of dualism. What could possibly be plainer? The true name, he writes again, is like none other name. The distinction of the conditioned from the unconditioned is but a word. The unconditioned is the seed, the conditioned is the flower and the fruit. Knowledge is the branch, and the name is the root. Look and see where the root is. Happiness shall be yours when you come to the root. The root will lead you to the branch, the leaf, the flower, and the fruit. It is the encounter with the Lord. It is the attainment of bliss. It is the reconciliation of the conditioned and the unconditioned. Evelyn Underhill points out in her introduction that the mystic intuition recognizes a universe of three orders: becoming, being, and that which more than being, i.e., God. It is well said. And yet I confess I don't see how the haters of Monism can, without blushing, quote Kabir any longer in support of their contention; nor how the apologists for Christianity can conjure a trinity out of him. His world of becoming is surely the world of Maya, of illusion. And the world of illusion, like Dr. McTaggart's Absolute, is not a person. As for the error of Dualism, it may have touched the ingenious Ramanuja, but it certainly does not seem to have contaminated Kabir. In his world, discussions as to individuality lost or individuality preserved have little meaning. End of chapter 7, part 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 7, part 3, of A Defense of Idealism by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 7, The New Mysticism, part 3. Now it is quite clear that in the classics of Mysticism we are dealing not only with a peculiar kind of experience, but with a peculiar kind of genius. And again, having made all allowance for the influence of mystical ill health, the lover of literature must protest against the grossness of the interpretations that have been brought to these texts. The writings of the great mystics are not all charged with unsublimated libido. I do not see how we can deny that Julian of Norwich has the imagination and the style of a great poet, as well as the temperament of a saint. Nobody but a poet could have conceived such blending of loveliness in horror. To bring nothing but the literalism of the pathologist to bear on her revelations is absurd. Even in the worst instances — I am thinking of certain utterances of Gertrude of Eisleben, of the Blessed Angela of Foligno, and of Saint Teresa herself — there is a perpetual striving after something stronger than the soul's passive blessedness, and higher than its voluptuous spiritual ecstasy. This excess of feeling demands and finds expression. Now and then it flashes into metaphysical intuition; again it crystallizes into some perfect and transparent phrase; and you have the beginning of a naif art. And where art is, there is sublimation. Thus the Blessed Angela says that the Divine Love came towards me after the manner of a sickle. Not that there was any actual and reasonable likeness, but when first it appeared unto me, it did not give itself unto me in such abundance as I expected, but part of it was withdrawn. Therefore do I say after the manner of a sickle. The Blessed Angela may or may not be deceived as to the spiritual nature of her experience. However that may be, two things are clear: that she is using the language of poetic imagination, and that she is struggling with almost fantastic honesty for precision of language and of thought. It seems to me that, whatever their spiritual value may be, such utterances should be judged not with the crude literalism of her critics and of her admirers, but with the liberal judgment accorded to works of the imagination. But no. Professor Jung finds megalomania in an ancient Egyptian text, the hymn of the ascending soul, proclaiming its unity with God. I am the God Atum, I who alone was. I am the God Re at his first splendor. I am the great God, self-created, God of gods, to whom no other God compares. My impurity is driven away, and the sin which was in me is overcome. I washed myself in those two great pools of water which are in Heracleopolis, in which is purified the sacrifice of mankind for the great God who abideth there. Thou who standest before me, stretch out to me thy hands. It is I am become one of thee. Daily am I together with my father Atum. He finds resurgent lust in the Brahman's vision of the Absolute. The person, he says, of the size of a thumb stands in the middle of the self as lord of the past and the future, and henceforward fears no more. This is that. That person, of the size of a thumb, is like a light without smoke, lord of the past and future, he is the same today and tomorrow. This is that. The person, not larger than a thumb, dwelling within, always dwelling in the heart of man, is perceived by the heart, the thought, the mind. They who know it become immortal. Professor Jung's interpretation of these passages is entirely Freudian. At this rate there is no reason why he should not find megalomania and resurgent lust in Dedekind's and Cantor's theories of the infinite, or in Mr. Bertrand Russell's pursuit of the fourth dimension, on the grounds that they involve generation of series. We have admitted that psychoanalysis had much to say, but when it has said it, the secret of mystic passion and of mystic certainty remain alike insoluble. Its criticism rests on the assumption that ends have the same form as origins, which is contrary not only to evolution, but to the psychoanalyst's own pet theory of sublimation. But this arraignment of Mysticism need not concern us any more. It only applies to those manifestations that belong to the transition periods of its childhood and its youth. Where they persist by way of survival or reaction or disease, and they are doomed to disappear. For if we are right in supposing that what is supernormal consciousness now will be normal consciousness some day, we may expect its perfection to be reached by forgetfulness of its old labour and effort, unconsciousness of the very practice that will have made it perfect. Pantheistic mysticism begins where mysticisms that are not pantheistic end. It takes for granted that, as between God and the world, the Absolute and the finite selves, there is no separation. For all her Catholic sympathies, Evelyn Underhill is a pantheist at heart. Witness her immanence and theophanies. I come in the little things, saith the Lord. Yea, on the glancing wings of eager birds, the softly pattering feet of furred and gentle beasts, I come to meet your hard and wayward heart. In brown bright eyes that peep from out the brake I stand confessed. On every nest where feathery patience is content to brood, and leaves her pleasure for the high emprise of motherhood, there doth my Godhead rest. And M. Bergson, though his logic lands him sometimes in an upsetting dualism, is a good pantheist at heart. He sees as the mystic sees, that the élan vital is the energy of one being, which makes matter its means of manifestation, its vehicle, its tool. He sees that the process of becoming is a spiritual process of ascension. Thus, though we cannot say what the mysticism of the future will be, we may be pretty sure what it will not be. It will not be sickly. It will not be morbid and hysterical or sentimental. In exchanging God the Father for God the Absolute Self, it will have lost that irresponsible dependence which has kept men and women for centuries in a pathetic infancy. Sooner or later the mystic has to grow up like other people. He will know that he fulfills the absolute purpose best by trying to become, as far as possible, a self-determined being. He knows already that if auto-suggestion is anything at all, it is self-determination. And he will not be violent. The kingdom of heaven suffereth violence until now, and the violent take it by force. That was where the imperfect mystic made his great mistake. Just as primitive man desired to get by magic physical things that would have come to him without it of their own accord in due season, so the imperfect mystic desires to get spiritual things by mysticism that will come to him without it of their own accord in due season. The savage is trying to force nature's hand. The imperfect mystic is trying to force God's hand. Not so the accomplished lover of the Absolute. His passion may be overpowering and importunate, but not its method. He will not forestall its perfect consummation by 1 hour. The more certain he is, the more he can afford to wait. Kabir says, "Stay where you are, and all things shall come to you in time." End of chapter 7. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 8, Part 1, Section 1, of A Defense of Idealism by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 8. Conclusions. Part 1, Section 1. It is clear that we have to choose between some form of pluralism and monism. There is nothing new in this. It is the old problem and the old choice that has lain before philosophy in the beginning. But with this difference, that whereas philosophy had no valid grounds for a conclusion as long as it travelled on the high priori road, it is now in a rather better position for bringing its conclusions to the test of experience. It is not, and it cannot be, a question of certainty. No reasonable person demands certainty at this time of day. The utmost he is entitled to demand is a certain balance of probabilities. Perhaps not even that. Perhaps only here a balance and there a chance, and there again an off chance, a bare possibility. So instead of asking which conclusion is the more certain, we may only ask which hypothesis, pluralism or monism, is the more likely, the more in keeping with the facts. This is not a pragmatic question, nor is it a pragmatic test. It is not to be confused with the demand that metaphysical truth should square with the requirements of human conduct. By the facts I do not mean merely the facts of life. I mean the sum total of our knowledge, or knowledges up to date. Our knowledge of consciousness and our knowledge of knowledge must take their place in the collection, together with our knowledge of the so-called external world. The facts, therefore, will not all stand on an equal footing. The ultimate appeal must always be to the knowledge of knowledge. If the facts favour one hypothesis more than the other, then we may ask further which hypothesis has the better metaphysical support. If we are lucky enough to get a reasonable conformity on all heads, then and not till then we may ask further which hypothesis, pluralism or monism, is on the whole more satisfying to collective human emotion and to the moral sense. And we must be very careful that by these we do not mean more satisfying to me. At first sight it looks as if Pluralism had all the facts on its side. It can point to a universe in which the earth is a comparatively insignificant dot on a field covered with several million heavenly bodies, a physical universe of apparently unending multiplicity, of apparently unending change and flux. It can break up the flux itself into an infinity of elements of which you can only say that each is where it is at the instant when it is. Supposing matter to be made up of an infinite number of atoms, or, if you like, of electrons, it cannot be said with positive certainty that any atom yet discovered is ultimate and indivisible. Pluralism can refer us to a world of selves, of psychic entities, whose chief distinction is that they repel and repudiate each other, besides harbouring a host of conflicting instincts, desires, and memories, whose presence makes for continual disruption; consciousness itself abounding with irreconcilable multiplicities. Foremost among these are pain and evil, which outrage every just and compassionate and holy instinct of the selves. Pluralism can even insist with considerable plausibility on a final and irreconcilable dualism between these two worlds. And its very logic, its knowledge of knowledge, is atomistic. And yet the pluralist himself must admit that this is an inadequate and superficial view of the facts. The more we explore this multiplicity, the more it reveals the secret of its unity. And this unity is not simply imposed on multiplicity by immediate consciousness and by the laws of thought. It is not only a question of the way we are obliged to think things, but of the way things behave. Every generalization of physical science and every correlation of physical laws amounts to a plain statement that within the range of the generalization the order of things is one. The law of conservation of energy is nothing if not a confession that as far as the physical world goes, incorrigible multiplicity and difference do not obtain. It would even seem that, ultimately, the entire physical world is definable in terms of energy. And if the ultimate constitution of matter is invisible, imponderable, impalpable to any sense (its density disappeared long ago), if all the grossness, all the heaviness and hardness, all the intractable lumpiness of matter, all its so-called material qualities are not to be found in it, but only in our consciousness of it, we need no longer juggle with terms that are so interchangeable. The realist and idealist are both agreed that there is no physical It behind those qualities. And unless we are satisfied that he is right in contending that they exist on their own, we may as well say straight out that these two worlds anyhow are one, and that the ultimate reality of matter is spiritual energy. We have seen that it is his implacable moral consciousness that urges the pragmatist to plant his pluralism in the very heart of reality itself, and to insist that there is no ultimate spiritual energy, one in many forms, but that there are as many energies as there are forms, and that spiritual energy is only one of them. I hope it has also been seen how his moral consciousness goes back on him and lands him in the oneness he abhors. And in the world of living organisms, before a moral consciousness was ever heard of, we saw that the life force, the will to live, revealed itself in the process of evolution as one indestructible energy, and one desire striving for fulfillment and for sublimation, an energy made manifest in such forms and in such manner as to declare its spiritual source. We saw that the mere physical process was only intelligible if we admitted the psychic factors of desire and design. We saw the growth and building up and shaping of the organism by the psyche for its own ends. We saw that desire and design and performance were only intelligible if we presupposed a self that is something over and above its memory. We saw that biology, so far from merging the individual self in its own ancestral heritage, presupposes its independence and its supreme importance as a factor in heredity itself. We found confirmation of this view, where we least expected it, in the facts of psychopathology and the results of psychoanalysis. They showed us one indestructible primal energy at work in all the functions of the psyche. They showed the persistent symbols of its presence throughout the whole region of the Unconscious. They showed that all aberrations and perversions are reversions, the turning back of the individual on the ancestral paths by which he came. They also showed by what processes of sublimation he asserts himself against the backward pull of the instincts that tend to merge him with the race. Again, Psychology, besides endorsing the biological evidence, showed us that consciousness is a unity that could hardly be if there were no self over and above consciousness, unaffected by its multiplicity, its change and flux. We found that the self is not passive, and that thought has its own energetic way of dealing with the stuff of consciousness, that it multiplies and divides, makes finite and makes infinite, and that of all that it scatters it gathers again. Apart from the work of thought, we found that the stuff of consciousness is not divided, that it is given in a continuous unity, that its sequences overlap, and that states of consciousness have more than sequence. As William James says, they have thickness. And we saw that if anything ever was one, it is this thickness. We found that here our choice lay between Animism and psychophysical parallelism. We saw how the dualism of the parallelist breaks down under an examination of the psychophysical facts. We also found that Psychology was powerless to solve its own problems and flung us back on metaphysics. We had then to choose between some form of pluralism and monism. We were obliged to dismiss all a priori arguments for monism as worthless, so long as they remained unsupported by actual experience, and so long as they left whole tracts of experience out of their account. But so far as they explain experience, and so far as experience corroborates them, they are not to be lightly set aside. After all, our way of thinking justifies itself. Where the necessities of thought agree with the necessities implied by the behaviour of consciousness and the behaviour of things, they must count as real necessities. Our problem then was: is unity or is boundless multiplicity the supreme necessity of thought? Comparing one philosophical system with another, we thought we saw that the end and goal of the metaphysical quest has been mainly one ultimate principle, rather than two or more ultimate principles. We found this secret passion for the Absolute and the One breaking out in the very dualisms that repudiated it. And we traced the root and the cause of all philosophical dilemmas to the search for oneness and for ultimate reality in the wrong place. Pragmatism and Humanism stood out as the great exceptions. If you cannot say that they have looked for ultimate reality in the wrong place, since they were not looking for it at all, they have looked on at the usurpation of its place and power; and Pragmatism betrayed its own inherent dilemmas. On the balance of the evidence before us we were driven to the conclusion that the ultimate reality of things and the ultimate reality of consciousness is one, and that this one reality is Spirit. We might have rested there, complacent and happy, but for the New Realism whose violence took our kingdom of heaven by storm. And so our problem narrowed itself down. We had to choose between our spiritualistic monism and this particular brand of realistic pluralism. We distinguished between the premises and the conclusions of the New Realism, between its science and its system, and again between its construction and its critique. We found that while much of its critique must be of enduring value in philosophy, it applied rather to the pseudo-monisms than to ours. We found that, though its foundations were sure, as the axioms of pure mathematics and of analytic logic could make them, the superstructures reared on this imposing base were somewhat lacking in coherence and solidity. We found that in applying the axioms and conclusions of the mathematical and physical sciences as a test of the reality of phenomena, it has brought us no nearer to the root of the question in debate, the nature of ultimate reality. And though we were prepared to admit it was within its rights in renouncing the quest of ultimate reality, we found that it failed to establish its negative conclusions beyond the reach of doubt, and that its positive conclusions yielded contradictions every bit as compromising to it as those it undertook to solve. We also saw that it was possible to state the principle of spiritualistic monism in terms which at any rate exclude contradiction. Thus we conceded that, as a restatement of mathematical and logical first principles, the New Realism is almost as impregnable as it professes to be. But, in spite of its combined air of certainty and scientific caution, we could not admit that as a system of metaphysics it justifies its existence better than other philosophies that plunge. Therefore my imaginary monist refused to relinquish the principle he, perhaps rashly, stakes his all on. He refused to be driven from his position by the multiplicity of anything that pluralism, or science for that matter, has to show. He is not going to be scared out of it by the bluff of physical atomism. He does not care how many elements are involved in magnetic force, or how many tricks the physicist's mysterious electrons play him. Why should he? Once his Absolute starts the business of appearing, a little multiplicity more or less cannot break it. He would not be greatly distressed if the law of conservation of energy were exploded tomorrow, as it very well may be. It does not matter to him how many appearances and laws of appearances there may be, 2 or 3 million, or an infinite number. If anything, he prefers an infinite number, because it provides him with the reassuring contradictions he is looking for. It will be said of my monist that he cannot clear himself of one reproach. From first to last he is only juggling with the unity of consciousness, which his opponents do not admit to be a unity at all. And he must admit, not that he has helped himself to the unity of consciousness, but that the unity of consciousness has helped him considerably. It is only not a unity if you adopt the extreme realistic theory of knowledge which he thinks he has shown good reason for repudiating. It is the only thorough-going unity he knows. He finds this unity, not in or among his states of consciousness, shaken about with them in the same bag, as it were, but in the irreducible, ultimate fact of selfhood. He finds that the self resists all attempts to analyze it into the separate states or stages of its own consciousness; that it is more than the sum of these states, more, that is to say, than consciousness. To this something more he gives the name of Spirit, for the reason that, while in ultimate analysis matter may be resolvable into terms of immaterial being, Spirit, or Self, is not by any means so resolvable into terms of matter, Before Monism can work, it must have a principle which shall be both static and dynamic. But as long as the monist was tied to his bare epistemology, he could find no means of defining thought, so as to include in it things that are not thoughts. To say that thought thinks itself is not enough. From the unsubstantial forms of its thinking, it can build no bridge from its own world to the world where things are and are done. But Spirit can be supposed to do things. He can define it as that which thinks and wills and energizes in one undivided act. His principle is as static and dynamic as he pleases. If he is asked whether he has any precise conception of the principle to which he gives the name of Spirit, he can at least answer that his definition amounts to a fairly precise conception. If he is asked if he has any conception at all of the ultimate nature of Self or Spirit, he can retort that he has no more conception of the ultimate nature of Self or Spirit than the new realist has of the ultimate constitution of matter, or of consciousness, or of universals. And he claims the realist's right not to go behind reality, but to regard it as itself ultimate and irreducible. If he is asked how he proposes to justify his leap from the presumably finite and relative Self or Spirit, of which he has a more or less precise conception, to the Self or Spirit he has declared to be absolute, he must own that he is not justified in making any leap. He can only say that in the unity of his own consciousness the term Spirit covers will and action and passion as well as thought and sense. He finds that love and thought and will behave as energies, as motive powers, or even as causes, within the unity of his consciousness. He has every reason for concluding that they behave as energies and motive powers, or even as causes, in other consciousnesses besides his own. And he sees no reason why they should not behave with greater energy and motive power and causal efficiency within greater consciousnesses than his or other people's. He finds that the behaviour of this finite and relative consciousness of his, its knowledge and its relation to its knowledge, are inexplicable without the assumption of an infinite and absolute consciousness as the ground of all its knowing. He finds that the very existence of his self is inexplicable without the assumption of an absolute self-subsisting self as the ground of its existence and his real self. And he sees no reason why the spiritual energies of such a self should not be equal to the evolution of such manifestations as this spectacular universe and its spectators. In the matter of manifestation he knows that, if his own self is to know itself and to make itself known, it must think and feel and will and act through forms and forces that are called material. And so he sees no reason why the Absolute Spirit, his real self, desiring to know itself and to make itself known, should not manifest itself also through forms and forces that are called material. He sees no reason why not. And nobody has yet advanced any really valid and satisfactory reason why not. If this is to juggle, he juggles. No really valid reason why not. But one apparently valid reason, which is the crux of pantheism, the alleged absurdity of a reality knowing itself and making itself known through what is, after all, an endless procession of spectacular illusions. At this rate, it may be said, the Absolute is juggling too. And there is a sort of general feeling that it is beneath its dignity to juggle. End of chapter 8, part 1, section 1, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 8, part 1, section 2, of A Defense of Idealism by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 8, Conclusions. Part 1, section 1. Now it is pretty certain, judging by appearances, that if the Absolute had stood on its dignity it would never have appeared at all. It is also certain that, so far as there is any meaning in this objection, it is our sense of dignity that is offended, and our sense of dignity is part of the illusion. Still, a talent for producing endless illusions about itself does seem incompatible with a veracious reality. We might, of course, credit reality with the utmost veracity of its absolute and transcendent self, and charge all the illusion to the account of the finite selves. But the trouble is that, on the theory, reality is also supposed to be appearing to itself, getting to know itself, introducing itself to itself, as it were, through an endless round of cosmic at-homes. If the round is really endless, it cannot, any more than a finite self, succeed in completely making its own acquaintance. And the pluralist has every right to ask the monist what he is going to do about it. Now, I think it must be owned that this endless procession, or series of manifestations, does land the monist in a very awkward predicament, if he really means that a complete knowledge of every single one of its finite manifestations in time is necessary to the self's absolute knowledge of itself. The only thing he can do is not to take that line. His only possible reply is that, on realism's own showing, knowledge depends on universals, not on simple enumeration of particulars, and that, if it is not necessary for a finite self to reel off a list of all the particulars it knows before it can be said to know anything, it must be still more unnecessary for an absolute and infinite self to know every single one of its manifestations before it knows itself. On the contrary, just because it is absolute as well as infinite, it must be supposed to know itself completely at each instant of its manifestation. There are, however, considerable difficulties about an absolute reality that insists on publishing itself, as it were, in serial instalments. But I think they must be charged to the account of the finite selves, who are obliged to take in their Absolute in serial form. They arise from our persistent habit of regarding the self's knowledge of the finite as a finite knowledge, and its passage through time as part of its eternity. Practically the reverse problem is presented by the existence of evil. The pragmatist complains that you are taking a moral holiday if you refuse to regard such things as badness and nastiness and silliness and ugliness and a kick in the ribs as so many knock-you-down arguments against monism. Well, you have not got to take a moral holiday to see that they are staggering facers for the realist, who regards them as eternal and immutable realities. The realist, having apparently no other outlet for his cosmic emotion, grows almost lyrical over his incorruptible world of the universals, enduring for ever and ever out of space, out of time, in their stainless, intangible perfection. But if goodness and niceness and wisdom and loveliness, and the absence of a kick in the ribs, are realities that endure for ever and ever, so are badness and nastiness and the rest of it. I do not know how the realist contrives to have his emotion. I suppose he just thinks of beauty and goodness sitting up there, and tries to forget that his wife's temper and the kitchen saucepan are sitting there too. He cannot conjure them out of his universe by any juggling. They are absolute. He has said it. What is even worse, every particular instance of badness and nastiness and silliness is absolute too. The realist may say that silliness is not silly, but what he means is that it is something far sillier. But the monist saves the essential cleanness and sanity of the universe in denying that nastiness and silliness and a kick in the ribs subsist as such and as realities in the transcendent life of spirit. He denies that the Absolute is obliged to listen for ever and ever to the stories that Brown tells Robinson when Mrs. Robinson has left the room. If, in the infinite reverberations of the universe, there endure infinite echoes of Brown's story, they are echoes that only finite and incarnate spirits catch. And if you insist that, as immanent in the finite and all too incarnate spirit of Robinson, the Absolute has heard Brown's story and enjoyed it, and that, as immanent in the finite spirit of Brown, it has also told it, the monist will have no objection, provided you add that, as immanent in the person of Mrs. Robinson, it has disapproved of it and of Brown and of Robinson severely. He might go farther and affirm that there is justification for the apparently incredible and inexcusable existence of Brown and Robinson. Light is thrown on their mystery by the existence of Mrs. Robinson, whose spiritual beauty is set off and made more desirable by contrast. whose spiritual strength grows by exercise in the gymnasium of spiritual adversity that Marriage to Robinson provides for her. Why rush the discords in but that harmony should be prized? That, the dependence of goodness upon evil, the endurance of evil for the sake of good, was the old Idealism's solution of the moral problem. Not a bad solution, as far as it went, whenever you could get it to go. The evil is null, is naught, is silence implying sound. Yes, it is all very soul-stirring and uplifting, but it is not true in the world where its truth matters, this tragic world of space and time. The pleasant fancy of evil as negation is no more convincing to a logical mind than it is consoling and satisfying to the unreasoning heart. It won't work. It won't wash. Go to the victims of war and pestilence, and tell them that their torment is only the opposite of rapture. Tell a starving population that its hunger is merely the absence of satisfaction. Tell the sweated workers in the East End that their poverty is purely relative to affluence, and but subserves another's gain. Tell a mother who has just lost her only son that bereavement is simply the negation of possession, and see how it washes and works. Besides, if you are going to take it that way, goodness will be null in itself, will be naught in itself, will be sound implying silence and depending on silence. There is nothing to be said for pain and evil thus devitalized. You have robbed them of their only title to existence when you have taken away their positive and stimulating character, their antagonism, their brave, stoic challenge to the fighter. They are not negative, they are tremendous powers. They call forth all the stern virtues and all the tendernesses that without them could not have been. They make and remake the souls of saints and heroes. By even sordid suffering, decently borne, the humblest and most insignificant soul may be exalted. You may know that all this is true. You may know that great suffering, great adversity, may be the greatest and the best thing that can happen to anybody. You may know that your own suffering, your own adversity, was the best thing that could have happened to you, and you would not, if you could, have spared yourself one single pang of it. But you also know that there are vast millions of other people for whom suffering and adversity are not good at all, for whom none of these truths are true. And when all is said and done, it is intolerable that these people should suffer. It is intolerable that the heroic and tender virtues of a few superior persons should be nourished on the sufferings of these millions. It is really paying too big a price for individual virtue. Nobody has any right to be either compassionate or heroic at his or her neighbour's expense, and no theory can make it tolerable. But it may be more intolerable on one theory than on another. And it is most intolerable on the theory that makes pain and evil real and absolute and eternal, and that allows for no vision of any state of being in which they cease to be. The one thing that helps us to endurance is our sense that pain and evil have not, after all, an immortal life. The one thing that makes them intelligible is the assumption that the only life they have is an unreal one. The one thing that would make them bearable would be the unshakable conviction that we have an immortal life in which they are overcome, in which we receive or make for ourselves, or give to others whom we have injured, compensation. The demand for compensation is a humanistic and pragmatic demand, and belongs to another line of argument altogether. Of purely metaphysical theories, Monism is the only one that supports our sense of the illusion of evil and the assumption of its unreality. Now, true as it may be, his theory of the mere relativity of evil does not carry the monist very far. Still, as long as he had no other solution of the problem, he was glad enough to be delivered from the horror of real evil, eternalized and absolute, even at the cost of parting forever with real good eternalized and absolute. But this awful choice is no longer binding on him. The new realism has taught him how he may raise up the new idealism on the ruins of the old. He is dead right about the relativity of the evil that we know. The goods and evils of our earthly life are purely relative both to each other and to human conditions. They are even interchangeable. Goodness may be sought for, now in this set of actions, now in that. It may be attached to things once accounted evil. Evil may be attached to things once accounted good. goodness itself remains as an eternal and immutable idea. It may or it may not be real. The finite selves do not know it as a reality. They only know it as a mysterious logical function by which its appearances are recognized and known. What it may be in itself or in the Absolute they do not know. Badness also remains as an eternal and immutable idea, so that we do not seem to have gained much. But we have gained this, that we are not compelled to attribute reality to badness. It also is for us the mysterious and harmless logical function by which its appearances are recognized and known. What it may be in itself, or in the Absolute, the finite selves do not know. They only know, and this is our immense gain, that in themselves or in the Absolute, goodness and badness are no longer relative to each other. Therefore it will not follow that if one is real in the Absolute Self, the other also is real, and that if one is the complete and perfect expression of the transcendent nature of that Self, the other is its complete and perfect expression. It will not follow that, if goodness is all-powerful, badness is all-powerful too. It will not follow that badness is more than the logical function of knowledge we already know it to be. But all these consequences follow, rigorously and inevitably, from the realistic theory of universals. The new realism closes the door to any possibility that the lovers of goodness can endure to contemplate. The new idealism leaves the door open to our vision of goodness, beauty, and truth, eternal and real, surpassing all goods and beauties and truths we know, incorruptible, inassailable by evil. It may be that some universals are only logical functions, and that such ideas will have no more than a potential immortality, and that evil, ugliness, and the rest may be such ideas. So that, for a self that refused to know evil and ugliness, or had no longer any use for such knowledge, evil and ugliness would literally not be. We have seen that the old idealism, with its doctrine of relativity, deprived us of our highest moral ideal, without any compensation for the loss beyond its academic assurance of the illusory character of evil. We have seen that Pragmatism and Humanism provided no metaphysical ground for the ethical claim they make paramount, and that Pragmatism, at any rate, sets up a false and unethical criterion of the good. We have seen that the new realism threatens us with the eternal reality of evil. Where so much is uncertain, I do not want to claim a superior certainty for this tentative reconstruction that I call the new idealism. But I do think that, more surely than any other theory, it opens a way of escape from the worst entanglements of the moral problem. Meanwhile, it should be clearly understood that my monist distinction between appearance and reality is not a distinction that robs one single appearance of its own peculiar and relative reality. On the contrary, he would not be a good monist if he did not contend that the absolute reality which is spirit is its own appearances. His principle is such that it confers more reality on appearances than it takes away. There is no earthly reason why he should not call himself a realist, except that the title has already been appropriated by his opponents. He is only obliged to insist on his distinction in order to resist the conclusion they offer him as an alternative. What he says is: this multiplicity and change that you find in the universe, I also find. There is not one sensible or intelligible fact in the whole collection to which I should refuse the name of reality, provided it be understood that not one of these is the reality I am looking for. There is no sort of necessity to go out and look for multiplicity and change when you have got them all around you. I want to know what, if anything, lies behind or at the bottom of multiplicity and change. You say there is nothing behind or at the bottom of them, and that change and multiplicity are sufficient unto themselves. And I repeat, are they? I ask you how there can be multiplicity without something that multiplies itself, or change without something that persists throughout change. It is not that you cannot conceive multiplicity without unity, or change without the unchanging. You can very well conceive them by a process of logical disintegration. It is that without the unchanging one, the many and the changing cannot be. Take away the persistent reality underlying any process of change, or any chain of changes, and both process and chain split up into an infinite series, of which you cannot say of any one moment that it constitutes a change. Everything is at the infinitely divisible instant when it is. You have, in fact, no change at all, but the monotony of an endless series of absolute entities. The one underlying reality, then, is the only means by which a process of change can be carried on. And this, whether you regard a process of change incorrectly as an unending chain laid out along one straight line, or correctly as an intricate system of apparently unending chains. Whatever charges can be brought against this form of Monism, it cannot be taxed with thinness, or barrenness, or immobility. Nothing well could be thicker, more multitudinous and less monotonous than the life of a self and spirit that is one. But by every retrenchment of its unity, that is to say, by cutting it off from any section of the universe, you at once diminish its multiplicity and deprive your section of the possibility of change. By removing it altogether, the pluralistic realist knocks the bottom out of his pluriverse. It is even more obvious that, if this self or spirit is to be conscious of the change and multiplicity of its own manifestations, it must be one. For if it ceased to be one and the same self at each moment of change, no moment of these momentary selves could be more than one momentary monotone. Thus pluralistic realism robs its spectacle of any continuous spectator. And so, on a balance of considerations, my monist refuses to relinquish his principle. At the same time, he must be prepared to relinquish it the instant he receives proof positive of its untenability. This is as good as a confession that he holds it provisionally as a likely hypothesis, and not as an absolute certainty. He is painfully aware that the very existence of his Absolute Spirit is problematical; that, outside certain extremely rare forms of mystical experience, it is not discoverable by any experimental method known to man. Neither is it provable by any strict deduction from known laws of the existent. He cannot uphold it either as a conclusion or as a necessary presupposition of all thinking. All he can say is that his hypothesis does not conflict with any proved certainty, and that it seems to him to cover more facts than any other that has been put forth hitherto. He might even urge that there are some facts, the outer fringe of which no other hypothesis so much as touches. This brings us to the end of our reasoned arguments. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 8, Parts 2 through 4, Section 1 of A Defense of Idealism by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 8, Conclusions, Part 2. Throughout the foregoing metaphysical discussion, one point must have struck the unmetaphysical reader, as it certainly strikes the mere writer, that a good half of the problems under consideration arose solely from the limitations of language. We can argue with perfect propriety as to whether things are or are not out of time and out of space, and whether one body is or is not outside another body, and whether it is a part or a whole, and if a part, whether of this whole or that. Of things occupying space we can argue as to whether they run parallel to each other or not, or whether they stand at the circumference or the centre. But when it comes to discussing whether things are inside or outside of consciousness, whether consciousness is a part or a whole, whether if it runs parallel with physical processes, or runs altogether in some other manner, whether if it stands at the circumference or the centre, and whether consciousness stands or runs at all, it seems almost obvious that we are being made the victims of our own metaphors. Idealists and realists seem to have suffered most from the confusion that results. When the idealist says that the world arises in consciousness, quite palpably he lies. But when the realist says that consciousness arises in the world, he is no nearer to the truth. When he says that the world exists outside consciousness, He can only mean that it exists outside his body. When he says consciousness is a part of his pluriverse and not the whole, what he means, or should mean, is that his body is a part of it. Again, when the idealist says that consciousness is the centre of his universe, again, palpably, he lies; not because he has said too much, but because he has said too little. For when the realist swears by all his realities that consciousness stands at the circumference, he is perjured. When he reveals his pluriverse as an infinite number of entities, mutually repellent, yet coexisting, even interpenetrating, much as the infinite planes of space interpenetrate each other, he may be getting at the truth of the matter as nearly as his spectacular methods will allow him. But when he invites you to consider consciousness as only one of those entities, standing to all the others in the relation of a spectator to a spectacle, then, in spite of all the useful distinctions that he makes between things in space and time and things out of space and time, it is clear that he is visualizing consciousness as somehow occupying both. If we once grasp the utter irrelevance of all this symbolic language as applying to consciousness and the relation of subject to object, half the difficulties in accepting some conscious principle as the ultimate reality will have disappeared; and the pluralist's claim to have decentralized philosophy falls through. After this, the unphilosophic reader will perhaps see no reason why the idealist lamb should not lie down by the pluralist lion. But the reason is clear enough. The lamb does not do the smallest damage to the lion. He does not interfere with any one of his adventures. It is the lion that will not consent to live and let live. The prestige of spirit is seriously endangered by the restrictions Realism has laid on it. But reality is not one whit the worse because Idealism chooses to regard spirit as its source. It is no more a dance of bloodless categories than it was before. Existence remains as full-blooded and gorgeously coloured, as variegated and multitudinous, as everlastingly exciting, mysterious, and surprising, whether you call it the manifestation of spirit or a collection of ultimate realities. The only question that concerns us is, which theory is the more likely to be true? We found that on a balance of the reasoned evidence we had some grounds for supposing Spiritualistic Monism more likely to be true than Pluralistic Realism, and no valid grounds for supposing it to be false. But if the reasoned evidence had failed us so far as to leave the balance even, we should not then have despaired; for we found a mass of evidence over and above, which, whether we regard it as springing from a higher and purer, or from a lower and more troubled source than reason, is not altogether to be gainsaid. We found that one of our oldest, deepest, and most enduring possessions is the sense of the unseen. We saw it grow from a primitive sense, a blind and savage instinct, to a transcendent spiritual passion. We distinguished between the higher and the lower forms of mysticism. We found that, when criticism had done its worst, it was possible to separate the purer from the baser elements of the same emotion; and that after the most implacable analysis there remained something indestructible, irreducible, indefinable, bearing its own peculiar certainty. At the same time we acknowledged that the certainty of spiritual instinct is one thing, and the certainty of reason is another, and that the highest degree of certainty can only be reached when at all points the two corroborate and support each other. Such a degree of certainty we are very far from having reached, though at some points we may have found this corroboration and support. III. We have now to find the bearing of our conclusions, such as they are, on the question of personal immortality. Before we can do this, however, we shall have to consider certain evidence from other sources, sources that we have left so far unexplored. First of all, there is the huge mass of that so-called evidence which the Society for Psychical Research makes it its business to investigate and sift. The evidence drawn from the communications of mediums, from automatic writing, from cross correspondence, the alleged apparitions of the departed, materializations and veridical dreams. I do not propose to investigate and sift this evidence all over again. People who are interested in spiritualism, critically or otherwise, should study the literature of the subject for themselves. When they have read and digested the journals and proceedings of the Society up to date, and the records of foreign organizations devoted to the same adventure, together with Mr. F. W. Myers on Human Personality and Sir Oliver Lodge's Raymond, they had better read Mr. Frank Podmore's Studies in Psychical Research also. I shall therefore be very brief. Briefly, then, we shall do well to distinguish between what are, broadly speaking, two kinds of evidence: indirect communications made through mediums, with their accompanying apparitions or materializations, and direct communications made spontaneously and without any apparent machinery of suggestion, such as veridical dreams and apparitions seen without the help of mediums. Under both these heads there is an enormous body of perfectly well authenticated testimony borne by irreproachable persons. Some of it, but only a very little, has even been brought forward by sceptical and indifferent persons, persons without any interest in the result one way or another. Briefly again, I think there cannot be a doubt in the mind of any unprejudiced person that, both through the agency of mediums and otherwise, things happen. Things that are not explainable by any trickery. Things interesting enough, and even uncanny enough, to charm the most fastidious lover of the occult. Unfortunately, lovers of the occult are very seldom hampered in their researches by over fastidiousness. The question is, what happens? Take the regular spiritualistic phenomena first. Mrs. Piper, say, seems to be giving messages from the spirits of Mr. Myers or Dr. Verrall. Their authenticity seems to be sufficiently attested by allusions to intricate and subtle points of scholarship said to be known only to Dr. Verrall and Mr. Myers. The automatic writer writes words that she herself would never have dreamed of, as if under an irresistible and supernatural compulsion. What she has written tallies with something said to be known only to the departed. Hands are certainly seen to be waving where human hands are not. Bunches of flowers and even still more solid objects materialize apparently from nowhere out of nothing. It cannot all be fraud all the time, though some of it may be sometimes. Exposure in 99 cases affords no absolutely valid grounds for denying that the 100th case may be genuine. What, then, is going on? So far as psychical research has been carried yet, I cannot see that, even under the most carefully prepared test conditions, there is an atom of evidence to show that what is going on is an actual communication, or effort at communication of the discarnate with the incarnate. It may be so; but until we have eliminated every possible source of suggestion from the living, we have no right to assume an even remote suggestion from the other side. And to ensure this test condition we should have to exterminate the living. The test will not be watertight until the communicant is alone with the communicator, and then there will only be his word for it. On this side, whatever Spiritualism may be, telepathy is a fact; and whatever the precise limits and possibilities of telepathy may be, we have not yet discovered them. Can we be sure that the things said to be known only to the discarnate are not among the subconscious memories of the communicant or of some person present at the seance? Or that they are not known by any living mind on earth? Nothing in the annals of psychical research is more astonishing than the series of cross correspondences in the case of Mrs. Holland and Mrs. Verrall. Mrs. Holland, in India, received by automatic writing one half of a supposed communication. The other half was received by Mrs. Verrall in England, neither making sense by itself. The two writers were unacquainted, and each was unaware of what the other was doing. The perfect dovetailing of the fragments could not be accounted for on any theory of coincidences. The two writings clearly dealt with the same context, for quotations from certain known poems, broken off or garbled in one fragment, were completed or emended by the other. Here the test conditions were all that could be desired. It was a manifest case of tapping a wireless. Yet who could say that the probability of wireless from the living was ruled out? The state of desire and expectancy in which all these efforts to communicate are made renders the minds of the investigators peculiarly open to suggestion. And, an extremely important point, the more transparently honest the mind, the more passive it will be, therefore the more open. And if the messages are suspect, what shall we say of the manifestations? In these cases how can we possibly rule out suggestion? Certain experiments have been made by Janet and his son on their patients at the Salpêtrière, which show that both positive and negative hallucinations can be produced by suggestion. The patient, that is to say, can be made not only to see things that are not there and to behave as if they were there, but not to see things that are there and to behave as if they were not there, both hallucinations remaining intact until the experimenter releases the enchanted one from her enchantment. And not only eminent alienists, but obscure amateurs have done as much. Why, then, should not the magic of the medium be equally effective? Why should not an expert suggestor create both positive and negative hallucinations at will? Is it a question of pocketing the sendings and taking them home with you? Why should he not introduce into the blankly innocent scene all the paraphernalia of materialization he requires, by simply inhibiting the perception of them until the moment comes for handing round the evidential trophies? This would account for the indubitably solid objects, the plaster casts of spirit hands, the flowers, the little girls, and the teaspoons which have figured at certain 20th century seances. However this may be, if psychical researchers are not increasing their knowledge of the other side, they are preparing excellent material for psychologists on this side. The other sort of evidence, the direct and spontaneous sort, is, I think, in rather better case. It would be stupid to deny that there have been well authenticated apparitions and so-called veridical dreams which appeal to our belief because of their directness and spontaneity, by the fact that they have come to people who were not looking for them, in many cases to people who would have gone out of their way to avoid them if they had known that they were coming. The sudden unexpectedness of these encounters through the veridical dream and the valedictory apparition is in their favour. But here again the possibility of telepathy between the living is by no means ruled out. So far, if I am not mistaken, most of the verified or verifiable instances of apparitions have occurred, not after death, but before it, or at the actual moment of passing, and cannot be taken as evidence of survival. The vision of the dead body may be explained by suggestion from the living attendants of the dead. So may the instance of the dream that comes true; and there is always coincidence. There remain certain, also well authenticated, cases of the continuous apparition, the ghost that haunts. It seems hardly likely that they are all the products of a disordered brain or a habit of mendacity. But I have never come across any more satisfactory explanation of them. We may invent hypotheses to account for them, for instance, that the impact of all visible and audible events is continued in an infinite series of finer and finer vibrations, the swing, as it were, of infinitely divisible etheric particles, so that, long after the date of the original event, its ghostly simulacra are seen or heard by senses pitched to their rates of vibration. But even if some unforeseen discovery in physics were to give encouragement to this theory, it would involve a corresponding theory of an infinite series of finer and finer senses, pitched to the finer and finer vibrations. And even if this received encouragement from psychology, we should still be no nearer knowing why some of these events should be perceived and not others. And we should be as far as ever from any evidence of survival. There is yet another very ancient and widespread belief on which many people still found their hope of personal immortality, the belief in reincarnation. If the belief itself were well founded, it would be as good a foundation as we could wish to have. If we have lived many times before, there is, to say the least of it, an antecedent probability that we shall live again. There would even be no reason why we should ever stop living. Now there are three theories of reincarnation, and two of them are mutually exclusive. One is primitive and savage, one ancient and pseudo-metaphysical, one modern and, if not scientific, fairly well founded on scientific grounds. According to the primitive and savage belief, we are all reincarnations of the dead. Ghosts are germs, and germs are ghosts. As the flower and the corn return to earth, we return. The ghosts of the newly dead hang about in woods and at crossroads for choice, waiting for women to pass by that they may enter their bodies and be born again. The places where they hang about are haunted places. According to the second and most fascinating form of the belief, which involves the doctrine of karma, We are born again and again as full-blown human individuals, breaking through the knitted chain of the generations at points that may be divided by many ages. According to the third, we have been incarnate again and again in the bodies of our parents and our ancestors, in such sort that the chain of generation is never broken. This, as we have seen, is the doctrine of Panpsychism. Observe that both the primitive and the modern theory are the most satisfactory and courageous in tackling the crux of reincarnation, its modus operandi. The theory of karma leaves this essential part of the problem altogether too vague. And I am bound to confess that it is the savage who scores in simplicity and precision. But it is the theory involving karma that people mean when they talk about reincarnation. It exerts an irresistible fascination for certain temperaments that would be repelled by the panpsychism of Samuel Butler or of anybody else. The belief has been for ages the actual living belief of millions in India, China, and Japan. In spite of its inherent difficulties, it is still more or less sincerely held by many perfectly sane people in Europe and America at the present day. You used to meet them at the Ritz or Rumpelmeyer's (it was in the days before the war), when they would tell you as a matter of course that they remembered being a dancer at the court of Amenhotep III, or the queen consort of Ashurbanipal, or a concubine of Sennacherib, or a priestess in the temple of Krishna, or a great hetera of the age of Pericles. The odd thing is that the reincarnated have always been something royal or hieratic or improper, something sufficiently afar from the sphere of their sorrow, Eastern or Egyptian preferred, something, whatever it may be, that they are not now. And they expect you to believe them. They are not content to have taken part in the 1,000 or the 1,000,000 incarnations of their own ancestors, in 1,000 or 1,000,000 experiences. They are not content with their 1,000th or their 1,000,000th share in the adventures of the dancer at the court of Amenhotep III. They want all the adventure to themselves. It is the full-blown dancing individual they claim to have been. And the plain facts of biology are all against it. You cannot thus break through the unbroken chain of the generations. The difficulty for the devotees of this form of reincarnation is, not that there is no proof that they have never lived before, but that there is too much proof that they have never stopped living. They have never escaped from the chain until the day when they were born as the individual they are now. End of chapter 8, parts 2 through 4, section 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 8, parts 2 through 4, section 2 of A Defense of Idealism by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 8, Conclusions. Parts 2 through 4, section 2. Panpsychism is a theory, not of reincarnation, but of continuous incarnation. And unless there are grounds, and I have tried to show that there are grounds, for supposing that the self is something over and above its own experience, its own memories, and its own organism, the mere fact that we have never stopped living so far is no guarantee that we shall go on living after the final dissolution of that organism. But if we have appropriated it rather than inherited it, our previous existence becomes, I think, a very considerable guarantee. Now it may be objected that this self over and above is a pure blank. Yet it seems to be all that is left to us. And if the pure self is as pure as that, what good is it to anybody? If there is nothing in it, how is it going to carry on and to carry us on? I own that it doesn't look as if the self over and above could give much support to the hope of immortality, or that, in its nakedness, it is likely to appeal to the plain man. The pure self is not looked upon with favour even by idealists. Kant, who as good as discovered it, fought shy of it. Realists are fond of reminding you that you cannot prove existence, you can only perceive it. Is there, then, any reasonable sense in which it can be said to exist? If it isn't perceived, and if it isn't memory, if it isn't consciousness, what is it? My friend Dr. McTaggart says it is nothing. And its blankness must seem to many people every bit as terrifying as the blankness of death. Yet it is in this pure self that I am asking you to put your trust. For all these objections rest on the monstrous assumption that what you cannot perceive does not exist and is not real. And this is to claim greater authority for finite and human perception than it can possibly possess. Remember, it is only the purity of the self that is so universally objected to. And the self is not more pure, more utterly beyond touch and sight than space and time are. It is not more empty to perception than matter is in the last analysis. And we saw what dangers and dilemmas we avoided by putting selfhood where the plain man, unaware of its purity, puts it, first. Personally, I am not dismayed by this blankness of the self behind me. Rather, because of it, I can face the blankness before me without flinching. I can conceive all my memory, that is to say, all the experience I had acquired in this life, everything that makes me recognizable and dear to myself and to other people. I cannot only conceive, but think of it as going from me with my death, and of myself as yet continuing. I would rather keep that experience intact. I have already lost much by simple, casual forgetting, and if I have lived long enough, I may have lost all that is worth keeping of it. I had rather keep that memory and carry it over with me for the living interest of the thing. But if I am driven to conclude that I must lose it, I do not therefore think of myself as lost. It may be that, here again, a more perfect forgetting is, as it was before, the condition of a more perfect consciousness. I know that I could, and probably shall, embrace a wholly new experience with the same eager interest with which I have embraced the old. For, through forgetfulness of my past lives, my present life began to all intents and purposes as a blank, an experience that I knew nothing of, and that knew nothing of me. And supposing that no vehicle of individuality, such as my body was, awaits me at the instant of death; supposing that no refined simulacrum of my body exists, either as an inner or outer vehicle, or as an interpenetrating and energizing substance, inscrutably present with my physical body and enduring after my death. Many quite sane people believe in such a vehicle, on evidence I know nothing about except that it satisfies them. Supposing that no such vehicle is at my disposal, and that I have to wait untold ages before I can find one, or the germ of one, in order to appear and to be conscious again, those untold ages will not trouble me. They will no doubt exist as the time schemes of other consciousnesses, other thoughts and other emotions. Other selves, living at another pace and with another intensity, will beat out the measure and will keep the record of those times, just as some superhuman and superorganic consciousness must have kept the record and beaten out the measure of prehuman and preorganic times. They do not concern me. In the first instant that I am conscious again, my world arises, as if there had been no age-long break, no break at all. Not so much as an infinitesimally small interval. And I shall conceive my world as without beginning and without end. The actual break is the worst that can happen to me, and whether it be long or short I shall know nothing of it. It may be still objected that in cutting the self adrift from memory I am burning the only ship that will bring me safe to shore. But this implies that the underwriters have insured that ship, and will continue to insure her, which is very far from being the case. I am leaving an unseaworthy vessel, whose foundering, if she does founder, will sink me with her to the bottom. I might possibly be afraid to sink with the ship, to drown, battened down with the rats in the hold, but for the probability that neither I nor the rats would know anything about it. I am not in the least afraid to throw myself into the open sea. But this theory of panpsychism provides another and a stronger argument for human immortality. It supposes that all life and the evolution of every living organism depends on the desire and the design of an indestructible psyche, and that, under favourable conditions, when the desire and the design have been strong enough and suitable, they have been fulfilled. And as far as the living organism goes, design has followed, slavishly, desire. So that if the human psyche has a strong desire for immortality, and if its design is in accordance with that desire, immortality, in spite of the fact that it is a large order, should follow. There are few arguments for personal immortality that have not some danger. And this argument for human instinct and desire is imperilled by the objection that this particular instinct and desire is by no means universal, and that no psychic design, so far as we know, in any way depends on it. It may be distinctly lacking in highly civilized societies. The less instinctive and the more intellectual man becomes, the more he is apt to repudiate both the belief in immortality and the desire and the hope of it. The belief apparently rests on instinct, but the desire and the hope do not seem to be as instinctive, or at any rate as primitive as the belief. Where the belief is practically universal, as among savages, the life after death and all that belongs to it are dreaded rather than desired. The savage may desire the dead man's strength, his mana, but the discarnate ghost itself is a thing of terror. And the belief is more a belief in survival than in immortality. For the primitive mind is a child's mind. It cannot grasp the idea of any long period of definite time, much less the idea of immortality. The hope and the desire are virile instincts. With one apparent exception, they seem to have dominated the youth of the race and its maturity, to belong to those stages of its development that lie between primitive savagery and extreme civilization, and to be intimately associated with the rise and decline of personal religion. The one exception, which is the stock argument against the belief in personal immortality, is of course Buddhism. Buddhism, it is said, the ancient and permanent religion of millions of the human race, is a religion founded on the negation of immortality, and wherever it exists it is the religion not of a handful of metaphysicians but of the priesthood and the common people. And as, with the progress of science and speculative thought, the belief tends to disappear, so with the progress of civilization the desire itself weakens. It is not only that the intellectuals doubt or disbelieve for intellectual reasons, and spread their doubt or disbelief through all the circles that they influence; other and simpler people are indifferent, and the root of their indifference is moral and physical rather than intellectual. The belief in immortality is no longer popular; at any rate it has no longer the vogue it once had. And we have reason to be cautious in approaching it, when we find the distinguished historian of the origin of this belief regarding it with a half amused and half disdainful scepticism. It must be confessed that the result of Sir James Frazer's researches are not such as to make sensitive people in love with the belief in human immortality. They are not such as to make intelligent people conclude that there is anything in humanity that deserves to endure even for a day. It is quite possible to bring forward an array of facts to show that the whole history of this pitiful race is one long record of cowardice and uncleanness, cruelty and imbecility. Listen to these two voices that debate the destiny of man. Surely, they say, such a glorious creature was not born for mortality, to be snuffed out like a candle, to fade like a flower, to pass away like a breath. Is all that penetrating intellect, that creative fancy, that vaulting ambition, those noble passions, those far-reaching hopes, to come to nothing, to shrink up into a pinch of dust? It is not so. It cannot be. Shall a creature so frail and puny claim to live for ever, to outlast not only the present starry system, but every other that when earth and stars have crumbled into dust shall be built upon their ruins in the long, long hereafter? It is not so. It cannot be. Those who take this view of the transitoriness of man, compared with the vastness and permanence of the universe, find little in the beliefs of savages to alter their opinion. They see in the savage conception of the soul and its destiny nothing but a product of childish ignorance, the hallucinations of hysteria, the ravings of insanity, or the concoctions of deliberate fraud and imposture. You see the historian trying to hold the balance scrupulously even; but there is little doubt as to which of those two voices is the more insistent. He also reminds us that Buddhism is a conspicuous and extensive and damaging fact. And when we remember that our positive metaphysical arguments rest on the slender foothold of debatable hypothesis, and that we were obliged to fall back on the biological and psychological arguments from desire and design, and that these arguments apparently cannot stand the light of an impartial historical survey. When we are reminded further that William James prefaced his immortal essay on immortality with the emphatic statement that he personally had no desire for it whatever, it looks as if the prospects for human immortality were black; as if we should have, after all, to content ourselves with the negative encouragement we are at least sure of, the impossibility of proving that it cannot be. Yet we were in worse case a little while back, when we tried to discover whether Mysticism had anything in it that escaped the violence of its detractors. We found, then, that for all its dubious or disgraceful history, and for all its elements of grossness and absurdity, there was something intangible and invulnerable that escaped. We found that you might as well judge poetry by the practice of the worst poetasters as judge Mysticism by the practice of its worst exponents, or by the lapses of its best. And so I think that, if we look closer, we shall find for one thing that in spite of its savage history there is nothing either absurd or ignoble in the belief in immortality itself. To begin with, the belief has been evolved. It has not remained in its primitive savagery. And even in its primitiveness it was not, after all, such a very imbecile belief. It arose in the first place from a most intelligent and reasonable desire for fertility. The ghost, imagined as surviving, was originally the source of mana, the mysterious power of life. The savage tribesman had no personal aspirations. He did not think of himself as a person. Therefore he took short views, and it did not occur to him that he might eventually become a spirit and the source of power. He only aspired to get power, to get life, from season to season, to be fruitful and to bring fruitfulness to his trees and grain and to his flocks and herds. He buried the seed, and he saw that it came up again as a green blade. He buried his father, and he looked for him to come up again in children born to the tribe. There must have been an immense step between this primitive idea of subjective immortality and the idea of the ghost's life as independent and continuous. First of all, the ghost is a buried underground thing. It is later that he moves about on the face of the earth and becomes the dreadful supernatural thing, the haunter, the watcher by the crossroads and the sacred tree. Much later, then, he becomes the departed who has journeyed to the islands of the blessed and will not return. Apparently it is not until this stage is reached that it occurs to primitive man that he may very well live again like his fathers, and that where they have gone he may go. It is later still that he conceives the idea of the spiritual dying and new birth, and with it the passion for God and the desire of immortality for its own sake. Yet not altogether for its own sake. He wants to be wherever his gods are. When he has once for all placed his God in heaven rather than under the earth, it is to heaven that he wants to go. The desire of immortality is one thing, then, and the primitive belief in a survival on earth is another. And the desire of immortality comes last, and comes with man's consciousness of himself as an immaterial being. Immaterial, therefore immortal. He desires to be what he is not yet, but he does not desire it until he is ready for it, until he knows it to be possible. And in all this his religion is not the driving and compelling power, it follows the lead of the developing and dominant desire. It once centered round his natural and tribal life, then around his social life. It now centers round his individual and spiritual life, that is all. The individual is adapting himself to the wider reality that his prophetic need discerns. Presently he seeks metaphysical grounds for his belief and ethical justification for his desire. Last of all, in the decadence of over-civilized races, when they are about to be conquered by the younger and the stronger race, the belief and the hope and the desire of immortality weaken and die. This is where the passionate concentration on origins would seem to be misleading. It diverts attention from the fact that there are such things as ends. The study of what has been is important, it is interesting; but it is interesting and it is important chiefly as throwing light on what is and what will be, which are even more important and more interesting than it. So that when we see the thing through, its history does not show up this belief as ignoble, infantile, and absurd; it shows the desire for immortality strengthening with man's youth and his maturity, and declining and decaying only with his weakness and decay. It has been said that wherever the belief has existed it has proved harmful, therefore contrary to the design of the psyche in its organism, therefore destined to disappear. This objection also ignores what has happened and is happening. It is true that there has always been a disastrous period of transition, when man has not yet adjusted the claims of his natural and spiritual life, when he has been so unaware of the metaphysical grounds of his immortality that he has tried to bargain with his God for it, to buy his soul's life with the sacrifice of his body. The cruelties and violences of asceticism prove that he was by no means sure that his passion for God and immortality was requited. This period may stand for the crisis of spiritual adolescence with its uncertainty and disturbance and self-torture. The passion for God and immortality are no more discredited by it than human passion is by the physical crisis of its coming. It is also true that the 19th century was a vigorous and virile century; yet disbelief in immortality was then almost de rigueur among people with any pretensions to scientific training. But this was partly because the first triumphs of physical science had turned the heads of its professors. It may be observed that Professor Huxley did not discover his mechanical equivalent of consciousness. He lived, in fact, to recant so far as to confess that nature could not possibly have evolved the laws of ethics which exist in violent opposition to nature's laws. And the 20th century is not unanimously backing the illusory by-product theory of consciousness. In any century the desire of immortality, or at any rate of life after death, is a sign of youth and vitality and vigour in those who feel it keenly. The strong man wants to go on living, to have more and more outlet for his energies, to do more, to feel more, to know more. He wants it instinctively, for the stronger and healthier he is, the less he is likely to think about it at all. When he is old and weak and worn out, or young and weak, and bored to premature extinction with living, he does think about it. He wants, not instinctively but consciously, to lie down and go to sleep, to stop the intolerable nuisance of living. End of parts 2 through 4, section 2, recording by expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 8, parts 2 through 4, section 3, of A Defense of Idealism by May Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 8, Conclusions. Parts 2 through 4, section 3. On the whole, then, the argument from desire and design holds good. It is the weak and inefficient, the unwise in the affairs of life, the bunglers and the failures, the bankrupts and the unhappy lovers who most want to leave off living. Think of the number of suicides that occur every year through bankruptcy and unhappy love alone. Count in the suicides through poverty, and remember that these are all people whose vitality has been lowered by worry or frustrated passion and starvation, and that their aim is to end life and not to obtain it more abundantly. Count in the philosophers, who profess a noble indifference to the issue, and still a suspicion of lowered vitality arises. And if suicide is to be reprobated on the grounds that it is dishonorable and selfish, the desire to go on living cannot very well be reprobated on the same grounds. Its motive may be, and often is, the passion for metaphysical truth, and for a righteousness not obtainable on earth. It may be, and often is, in the highest degree aesthetic. For the universe as it stands is ethically and aesthetically incomplete. It has a certain significance for our peculiarly human consciousness, which never for one moment, seize it where we may, tails off into insignificance. It appeals to us in an incalculable number of intensely exciting sentences, which it hurls at our heads and leaves provokingly unfinished. It has made us spectators of its stupendous drama. What is more, it has honoured us with free passes as critics of the performance. Worse still, it involves us personally in important and dramatic situations which it leaves undeveloped. It involves itself in perpetual engagements to us which hitherto it has not fulfilled. It creates desires which certainly cannot be satisfied in one lifetime, or in the conditions of the only life we know. There is some evidence that it has created, or is creating, powers in us whose exercise demands another and more extensive sphere. And we find it preposterous that a universe which has unbent so far as to consider us in this programme should leave us ultimately in the lurch. And when we look back on the long course of our pre-human history, we judge that, if life does turn traitor at the last, it will be behaving contrary to all precedent. There should be no arraignment of nature so sweeping as to obscure the fact that there has been precedent. Organic forms, locked in the infernal struggle for existence, have, after all, evolved. And the struggle has been an important factor in their evolution. Eliminate catastrophe, the wholesale fortuitous destruction of living forms by storm and flood and sudden changes in environment, and the encounter with inorganic conditions disastrous to any life. Eliminate waste, the careless handling of the vehicle of life, the fate of the germs that have never had a chance to develop. Eliminate the struggle of the already evolved, the slaughter accomplished by one species on another and by individuals within the species. Assume, with panpsychism, that fitness is the expression of the individual's desire to survive, and it will be seen that Nature has not behaved unfairly to her organisms after all. She has destroyed countless forms of the unfit, in whom we may presuppose no very keen desire to survive. She has preserved at their original low level millions of humble forms whose desire was chiefly that they might stay there. But she has rewarded greatly the great desires, the great ambitions, the great accomplishments. She has even more rewarded the small desires, the small ambitions that were faithful and persistent. Nature abhors incompetence, but apparently no patient and efficient psyche ever desired the physical vehicle or tool that it did not obtain. No appropriate need was left long unsatisfied, no organ left to wither by disuse as long as its function was appropriate and the fulfillment of that function desired. If we may assume with panpsychism that need and desire were prophetic, that is to say, always a little in advance of the actual conditions, without which advanced evolution would seem to have been impossible, the analogy is complete, and we are justified in asking, why pursue this policy of indulgence to all the ambitious animal forms and stop short at man? May he not go on doing what he did in his mother's womb, what he has been doing ever since his psyche and the first speck of protoplasm came together? Why this sudden arbitrary prohibition now, just when he is beginning to be interested in the universe around him, as well as in his own performance? Now, if there is anything in panpsychism, this argument will stand whether we are pluralists or monists. But I believe it will have most support from the theory which presupposes that there is one ruler, the self within all things, who makes the one form manifold. There is one eternal thinker, thinking non-eternal thoughts, who, though one, fulfills the desires of many. Buddhism alone, the great exception, stands, we are told, in the way of the argument from desire. But is Buddhism really so obstructive as it is said to be? Isn't it just possible that the great exception may prove the rule? Consider how it came by its doctrine of Nirvana, granting for the moment that by Nirvana it means what we mean by extinction. As far as it is a theory and not a religion, Buddhism presupposes the metaphysical doctrine of the Absolute laid down in the Upanishads. So far as it is a religion, it is founded on compassion and pity and the revolt against the cruelty of caste. The revolt against caste itself presupposes some influence from the doctrine of Brahma, the Great Self, in whom all men and all things are one. On its metaphysical side, the Nirvana of the Buddhist is the state of union with the Absolute, or, if you like, the utter extinction of the individual as such. On its religious side, it is the ceasing from the sorrow of divided life. Desire is the cause of life, which is the cause of sorrow. Therefore Nirvana, the state of blessedness, is attained by simply ceasing to desire. Metaphysically, Nirvana is the state of pure, absolute, unconditioned being. It is the very last and subtlest refinement of the One of the Vedas, the Great Self of the Upanishads, defined by contradictions and negations. Nirvana is defined only by negations. The mystic of the Upanishads says, "Who is able to know that Self who rejoices and rejoices not?" The Buddhist of the Suttas goes one better: "Who is able to know that he does not know?" If the sixth stage of mental deliverance is to think that nothing at all exists, the seventh stage is the passing quite beyond all idea of nothingness to a state to which neither ideas nor the absence of ideas is specially present. And that is topped by the eighth stage, in which nothing is affirmed and nothing is denied, but both sensations and ideas have ceased to be. This is the mental discipline by which thought reaches up to Nirvana, the state which transcends thought. It is ecstasy of contemplation. You may say that Buddhism ends where Hegelianism begins, with the statement that being and non-being are the same; that it reverses the movement of the triple dialectic; that instead of resolving the contradiction in the synthetic affirmation of becoming, it proceeds by way of the negation of becoming, the denial of the world of appearances, to its definition of being. Buddhism is the denial of all the metaphysical systems that were before it. You might think a metaphysical system did not matter, but it matters horribly. A metaphysical system is a deadly thing. It may bind a man to the wheel of life by giving him wrong ideas about reality. In the Sutta of all the Asavas, or Book of the Deadly Things, you will read of the 6 delusions of metaphysical thought. I have a self. I have not a self. By myself I am conscious of myself. By myself I am conscious of my not self. This soul of mine can be perceived. It has experienced the result of good and evil actions committed here and there. This soul of mine is permanent, lasting, eternal, unchangeable. It will endure for ever and ever. The delusion consists not in having these ideas, but in ascribing truth and reality to them. You may say that Buddhism lands you in utter nescience, since it denies every conceivable statement that can be made about reality. But observe the nature of the denial in each case. It is the negation of a negation. In the supreme interests of the Absolute, Buddhism denies the reality of the appearing world. It strips being bare of each unreal quality, one by one, till not one shred of illusion is left clinging to it. Beyond this it makes no affirmation or denial. As the qualities are expressly stated to be unreal, the stripping process is anything but negation. It is the affirmation of reality carried to passion and excess. So that the unreal individual life must therefore be held to be utterly extinguished in Nirvana. But it is hardly even an open question whether Nirvana is or is not a state of being. A pure and perfect bliss beyond speech, beyond sense, beyond thought, beyond dream and desire, or any form of consciousness we know. To define it, as the Buddhist defines it, by a series of negations, is simply a way of saying, with the utmost metaphysical hyperbole, that where there is nothing, there is all. But whatever esoteric Buddhism might have said or meant, it was not entirely with that seemingly unreal glamour that it charmed the heart of Asia. For everything that was lacking in Nirvana it made up by its very robust and substantial doctrine of reincarnation. To disciples who had no fancy for extinction, it offered an endless and exciting round of rebirths. Nobody forced Nirvana on you if you didn't want it. You could postpone your flight to the Absolute practically to all eternity by a judicious system of backsliding. You had only to neglect some obvious duty in each life as you returned to it to ensure another return. In fact, you had not even to do that. You had only to desire to live again, and you lived. Your karma might indeed force you back again against your will, but then you are responsible for your karma. The whole thing is in your own hands. Desire binds you to the wheel of life. Desire shapes your destiny for you within the wheel. Your desire, not God's, not anybody else's. It is panpsychism all over again. You grow your own organism because you want to. This amounts to personal immortality, as much immortality as you want, and for as long as you want it. So that Buddhism should really not be used by skeptics to justify their skepticism. One imagines that Buddhists who declare for Nirvana in preference to reincarnation are the decadents, and the professors of philosophy, and the mystics, who know what they know. But there is a third objection that may be made. In the beginning we found the perfection of individuality in perfect adaptation to reality. And it may be said that the argument from desire overlooks the compulsion that is laid on the individual to conform. Things are not in his own hands. The will to live is not his will. From step to step the psyche follows in the line set by a reality outside it, of which its physical organism is part. The panpsychist looks at the process from the inside. Adaptation, he says, does not suggest that the individual's will is coerced and determined by the reality outside and beyond him, since it could not have taken place at all but for the individual's inner disposition or will. All the same, physical or spiritual death will be the price of his utter defiance. The individual must adapt himself or go under; and if that is not coercion, I own it looks uncommonly like it. Yet consider what, on the panpsychist theory, has really happened: that the individual's psyche has been present throughout the entire experience of the race, and that the individual could never have been what he is at each moment of his ascension if he had not needed, wanted, desired, and willed to be something that he was not yet. Consider that he would never have grown, never have developed at all, would be limited, as many unambitious individuals are, for all time to the companionship of the original speck of protoplasm he first took up with. Even if he advanced to the cell stage, without what strikes the outsider as his insane ambition to grow another cell, he would have remained a unicellular organism all his life. Therefore, on the very supposition that his earliest adaptations were to a reality as yet outside and beyond him, his earliest developments must have entailed some slight defiance of the existing order, and his earliest need was a prophetic need. And when we come to the human individual, his latest and highest developments mean a very considerable defiance of existing order, a very considerable prophetic need. And his latest and highest efforts at adaptation show an audacity that still suggests defiance rather than submission. Whatever it may look like from outside, adaptation seen from within, as the panpsychist sees it, looks much more like the fulfillment of desire than its coercion. If the perfect individual is the self perfectly adapted to reality through the successive sublimations of his will, the monist will grant you the compulsion you insist on. If the laws of nature are the laws of the appearance of the self, in whom all selves arise and have their being, the compulsion that is upon the selves to obey them is not an outside compulsion. It is the compulsion of their own nature in its will to appear. III. To sum up the metaphysical argument that we left behind us, it supposes one infinite and absolute spirit manifesting itself in many forms to many finite spirits. It supposes the selves of the many finite spirits to receive and to maintain their reality in and through the one infinite self as truly as their organisms received and maintained their life through its appearance as one life force. For though the finite selves may exist over and above their organisms and their experience, and apart from each other, they do not subsist. They are not over and above and apart from the one self in whom they have their reality. But the finite selves may be supposed to be potentially infinite, since they have conceived infinity. It would seem hardly worth while for the infinite spirit to have revealed himself so far if the tremendous and significant process was not to be carried on. Appearances may be unreal, but they are significant. Why be at the pains of accumulating experiences through countless generations if the whole is to be squandered in one passionate instant of death? But on the theory, it will not by any means follow that if we survive, we shall survive as the individuals we are now, or even as individuals at all. Selfhood, as we have seen, is not necessarily individuality. If our selves existed at all before birth, they would seem to have existed as members of a group self, or as mysterious partakers in the experiences of millions of individuals. Anyhow, in a manner utterly incompatible with individuality as we understood it here and now. and yet, on that theory, selfhood seemed to have been very efficiently maintained. Even in our experience here and now, though our selfhood would seem to remain inviolable, our individuality holds its own precariously at times, and with difficulty, against the forces that tend to draw us back to our racial consciousness again. The facts of multiple personality, telepathy and suggestion, the higher as well as the lower forms of dream consciousness, indicated that our psychic life is not a watertight compartment, but has porous walls, and is continually threatened with leakage and the flooding in of many streams. It may be that individuality is only one stage, and that not the highest and the most important stage in the real life process of the self. It may be that a self can only become a perfect self in proportion as it takes on the experiences of other selves, just as it could only become a perfect individual by taking on the experience of millions of other individuals. The individual, that is to say, may have to die that the self may live. On the theory, this sacrifice would not mean what is called subjective immortality, but rather the very opposite. In subjective immortality the individual lives precariously in the memory of posterity, which may, after all, prefer to forget him. In any case, it is a form of consciousness to which, on this theory, he has contributed but does not share. He has no consciousness of anything any more at all. But the life after death of the perfected self would mean an enormous increase of consciousness, through a spiritual communion in which all that is imperfect in passion, all that is tentative in compassion and insight and inspiration, is finished and complete. But the greatest objection to the acceptance of this form of monism turns on the difficulty, not to say the impossibility, of conceiving how the selfhood of the finite selves is maintained in and through their fusion with the infinite Self. Now there are certain forms of dream consciousness in which precisely such a transfusion is apparently effected and maintained. I can vouch for one authentic dream which began in the most ordinary fashion by the dreamer imagining a complex dramatic situation involving three persons, not counting the dreamer herself. The situation itself was normal, and imagined in a perfectly normal way, without a single element of fantasy. The dreamer, so far, was simply dreaming the outline of a very ordinary novel or a play. But no sooner did the outline and the parts to be played by the three persons become clear than the dreamer became the three persons, and experienced in one and the same moment three sets of emotions, all distinct from each other, two of which were conflicting and two downright contradictory. She accomplished in one and the same moment, through the three persons, three distinct and different acts, two of which were mutually exclusive, besides maintaining three distinct and appropriate attitudes to the total event. While playing with perfect difference yet perfect unity these three parts in the drama, the dreamer also stood apart and looked on, an unprejudiced and unmoved yet interested spectator. The actors, who appeared as very vividly incarnate, bore no sort of resemblance to the dreamer or to any person known to her. From beginning to end, not only three distinct experiences, but three distinct selfhoods were preserved in one experience and one selfhood. It may be objected that, as dreams are hallucinations, we cannot argue from what happens in a dream to what may happen in reality; that under analysis this particular dream presents no more remarkable features than any other dream; and that the peculiar qualities claimed for it are classic features of the Freudian hypocritical dream: multiplication of the dreamer's person by substitution of other persons, and representation of events consecutive in time by juxtaposition in space. The third objection, which might have been serious, does not hold good of this dream. Emotions and moral attitudes, and the sense of personal identity, whether simple and distinct or complex and transfused, are not representations in space, either in dream consciousness or in any other. And in the dream they were not symbolized but felt, in the perfect, intimate immediacy of feeling. And the other objections are beside the point. It does not matter whether dreams are or are not hallucinations. It does not matter what interpretation we put upon this dream, or what elements it yields under analysis. Dream consciousness is a form of consciousness like another. It has its own reality. It is not claimed for this dream that a real transfusion of consciousness and of selves took place in it, only that it gave a perfect and indubitable sense of such transfusion, of what it would feel like if the transfusion did take place. Also that, as the dream was at least clear enough and coherent enough to be remembered and analysed by the dreamer, there remained in waking consciousness a valid conception of the whole synthetic event, a synthetic event which was said to be inconceivable. Ruling out irrelevant objections, then, there are only three points that need concern us. We have in this dream consciousness a plurality of illusory consciousnesses, a plurality of illusory selves, held together by one real self, and existing in and through and for one real consciousness, and that without loss to the integrity of one illusory item of the illusory complex, without any rupture of the unity of the one self. The complex is illusory only by comparison with the peculiar reality of waking consciousness. It, however, exists. It has its own dream reality. It arises presumably because the dream consciousness is free from those conditions of real space and real time which determines the psychophysical life of the individual when awake. For illusory read finite, and you have an exact rendering of the situation assumed by pantheistic monism. A plurality of finite consciousnesses, a plurality of finite selves, held together by one real self, existing in and through and for one real consciousness, and that without loss to the integrity of one finite item of the finite complex, without rupture to the unity of the one self. You may say that the finite complex is unreal only by comparison with the peculiar reality of the infinite real. It has its own reality. And you may say that the situation assumed by the monist presupposes a corresponding transcendence of the conditions of finite space and finite time. The one infinite spirit, then, is the finite selves. That the selves are not conscious of this union is the tragedy of their finitude. In our present existence we are spirit, but so limited in our experience that we know the appearances of spirit far better than we know spirit itself. If we knew them all, and if, in order to know them, it so happened that we increased the pace of the rhythm of time as it is increased in our dream consciousness, only to an immeasurably more intense degree, the chances are that we should know spirit, not as it appears, but as it is. Appearances would be whirled for us, as it were, into the one reality, as the colours of the spectrum, painted on a revolving disc, are whirled into one whiteness by the sheer rapidity of its revolutions. There are, after all, different kinds of certainty, and all our certainties that count, here and now, come to us after this fashion. Our inner states do succeed each other at different rates of vibration, and what escapes us on the slow, steady swing we seize when the pace quickens. Our perceptions, like our passions, maintain themselves at higher and lower intensities. It is with such rapid flashes of the revolving disc, with such hurrying of the rhythm of time, with such heightening of psychic intensity that we discern reality here and now. No reasoning allows or accounts for these moments. But lovers and poets and painters and musicians and mystics and heroes know them. Moments when eternal beauty is seized travelling through time. Moments when things that we have seen all our lives without truly seeing them, the flowers in the garden, the trees in the field, the hawthorn on the hillside, change to us in an instant of time and show the secret and imperishable life they harbour. Moments when the human creature we have known all our life, without truly knowing it, reveals its incredible godhead. Moments of danger that are moments of sure and perfect happiness, because then the adorable reality gives itself to our very sight and touch. There is no arguing against certainties like these. End of chapter 8. Recording by Expatria in Bangor, Maine. End of A Defense of Idealism by May Sinclair.